I'm now calling to order the November 20th, 2024 special meeting of the San Jose City Schools Board of Education. We will go ahead and start off by taking public comment on closed session agenda items only. Specifically, this is item B1, public employee discipline, dismissal, and release. Do we have any blue cards for public comment?
President Medina, there are no blue cards.
Seeing no public comment, we will now recess into closed session. I'm now reconvening this special meeting of San Jose City Schools Board of Education for November 20th, 2024. If I could have everybody please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic and one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty. Thank you. We'll now move on to item C2. There was no actions taken in closed session to be reported out. And now we're going to move on to public comment on the agenda items only. So item D1, which is the board study session on the fiscal stabilization efforts, including the draft staffing matrices and ratios and school consolidation and closure advisory committee updates. If you would like to comment, please make sure to complete one of these blue cards and get it submitted to staff up there. I will be calling 3 at a time. When I call your name, go up to one of the podiums to speak. And if you're second or third, just be prepared. You will have 3 minutes to speak. So first I have Alicia Holdenfield, followed by Nina Raditz, followed by Catherine Rideout. Alicia?
You ready? Are they ready? Okay, great. Well, good evening, and thank you for taking a moment to let me speak. I am here to speak on behalf of Santa Rosa High School, not for them, but on behalf, as an alumni class of 1985, a former Santa Rosa High School Foundation board member, and a parent of a soon-to-be graduate class of 2025. I want to be sure you are taking into consideration some additional facts as you determine which schools are facing closure. I understand there are budget issues. I work at Sonoma State University. We're also facing budget issues, and I know hard decisions have to be made. And I know that many alumni, parents, and students, as well as teachers and administrators, will plead for their schools. But I believe Santa Rosa High School has some considerations that do not appear in any assessment and would be a greater loss to the community. Santa Rosa High School recently celebrated its 150th anniversary of existence and 100 years in its same building location. That's a lot of history and a whole lot of students, teachers, and administrators that have passed through its halls. The Santa Rosa High School Foundation was started in 1988, and the alumni and community have given their time, talent, and treasure to support the students and classrooms at Santa Rosa High School. What will happen to the funds raised, the scholarships issued, and the support of the school and its students? In scholarships alone, this last spring, 55 scholarships totaling over $137,000 were awarded to Santa Rosa High School seniors. The Santa Rosa High School Foundation also supports classrooms and activities with the Panther Project Fund. And for, the 23-24 academic year, they gave over $110,000. I don't think, or do you think support like this will be funneled elsewhere? I would doubt it. People have a connection to the school and all that it represents to them. The lifetime of friendships forged within the Santa Rosa High School walls, the teachers they learned from, and not only from the lesson plans, the activities they participated in, the games they played, cheered on, and celebrated, win or lose. Santa Rosa High School is rich in tradition. It has been central to our city for more than half a century, serving as the only public high school, and then has educated important folks, has been featured in film, hosts its own museum and a fight song, sung on Fridays at the top floor of the main building. We proudly wear our orange and black to this annual Santa Rosa High School Foundation Polenta Feed, a fundraiser for the foundation and all that they support at Santa Rosa High School. Generations of families have attended the high school and the list goes on. And I haven't even started talking about the programs like ArtQuest, agriculture, and auto and metal shops. I was not a model student in high school. In fact, I would likely have been one of the students that might have contributed to some of the statistics collected by the consolidation committee. Today, I'm a champion of Santa Rosa High School.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Okay, thanks.
Next, I have Nina Raditz, followed by Catherine Rideout, followed by Vanessa Badion Togrosi. Nina?
Thank you. Thank you so much for your time and for listening to those who have come to express their thoughts to you, board. Good evening. I know you're planning on closing several schools to address the deficit. I imagine that this is a decision that weighs heavily upon each of you. You have the duty to protect children's access to education and ensure their academic success. And it is unfortunate you are now faced with the reality of potentially doing the opposite. My hope would be that you will take all other measures to protect our schools, even looking to cut staff at the district office and administration. I say this not to be divisive or anything like that. I just say this because it would seem to me that making cuts there would save money year over year than closing schools and would allow those students, those children at the heart of all of this, to keep learning from their beloved teachers. If you care about students, education, and the future of our district, it's just food for thought. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next, I have Catherine Rideout, followed by Vanessa Badion Togrosi, followed by Erica Lipanovich. Catherine?
Hi, my name's Catherine Rideout. Thanks so much for listening to us tonight and for being here. I know it's after work hours. I just wanted to highlight to the board some of the financial information in the school closure report that might seem more relevant to the decision to close one school over the other. For example, the cost per enrollment in Criterion 25 reflects the school's efficiency, which, if that school was kept open, would increase the cost savings to the district by extending those effective models to a larger school body. The cost of modernization, which is Criterion 7, reflects ongoing budget demands to the district and should be considered. We would like to propose that the total unrestricted budget, which is put in Criterion 25, be contextualized by dividing the permanent capacity, as the total budget is misleading towards larger schools being more expensive, which is likely true, but may not reflect the cost per student, which is more relevant. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Next, I have Vanessa Badion Togrosi, followed by Erica Lipanovich, followed by Allison Smith. Vanessa?
Hi, my name is Vanessa Bodine Tognazi. I am a pediatric registered nurse and parent of 2. I am here tonight as an ally of children with disabilities and an ally of the deaf and hard and hearing students and what is at stake for them with these closures. I was appalled to read on Criterion 17 that the deaf and hard of hearing program is considered relocatable. The deaf and hard of hearing program at the Hidden Valley campus predates the elementary school, established in 1970. I do not want the legacy of our school board to be that of ripping the deaf and hard of hearing program from its historical home for the last 54 years. This is not simply a program that can be relocated as is being suggested. These children have been integrated into the safe haven that is Hidden Valley and its longstanding commitment to these students. The DHH program is deeply rooted in the school's culture. It is not a separate piece, but part of an entwined community. Our children, both hearing and not, support each other. Hidden Valley closing would negatively impact the education of our deaf community. I implore you to see reason. Closing Hidden Valley and moving the deaf and hard of hearing program lacks social justice. It also goes against the Santa Rosa City Schools mission statement that says the district, and I quote, ensures equitable access to a transformative educational experience grounded in the assets of our students, staff, and community. Do not take their community away. The better answer would be to allow Hidden Valley the opportunity to embrace more students, inclusive of those with disabilities and all demographics, so they can have the transformative educational experience that is so promised by the district. We would welcome any new students with open arms. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next, I have Erica Lepenovich, Allison Smith, and Jennifer Downing. Erica?
Hello, thank you so much, dear board. On Monday, I was shocked to see that the School Consolidation Committee voted to remove valuable data regarding school performance from its decision on which schools would be recommended to close. This school board has an opportunity tonight to make a statement about the values of our district and our community. I asked that this board vote tonight to direct the School Closure Committee to reinstate criteria 14, the dashboard, criteria 15, English test scores, and criteria 16, math, and to prioritize these criteria in its decision. If the board is unwilling to make this step to demonstrate to the community that school performance matters, then I expect that parents will start looking for alternatives, which will negate any potential savings and continue a death spiral where Santa Rosa schools continues to decline and more students leave the district as a result. Dr. Morales, I know that you said in your email to me regarding this issue that the criteria that's decided, that the committee decides is important or not, it cannot be adjusted. And you also said it's important to remember that these are recommendations and the board can decide to accept or not accept them and or modify them. But how can this board even consider a recommendation from a committee that omits key facts and data such as school performance and attendance? The board has an opportunity to send a message to the community about its values now. Please do not wait until after the School Closures Committee makes its final recommendation because I will fear that it will be far too late. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Allison Smith, followed by Jennifer Downing, followed by Christoph Proseger. Allison?
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Erika. Soy,
Oh, Erika.
y vengo de la escuela
Oh.
de la Hidden Valley y hoy estoy un poquito nerviosa, disculpen, pero vengo aquí porque, ay, lo siento, es que se me hace que no es justo que cierren las escuelas, ¿verdad? No nada más la nuestra donde mi hija va, porque también pues yo sé que hay más escuelas también y yo pienso que las escuelas debe de ser una prioridad pues para todos los niños, ¿verdad? Para todos, para aprender, para eso son las escuelas y se me hace como esta noticia de que van a cerrar 3 escuelas, ¿verdad? Y mi hija pues la verdad sí está pues triste y estamos preocupados que pueda pasar esto, ojalá que no cierren las escuelas. Y pues la escuela Girambal es una buena escuela. Muchos cuando me preguntan, ¿tu niña en qué escuela va? Y les digo el nombre de la escuela, dicen, wow, esa escuela es muy buena. Entonces como que, no sé, la verdad, se me hace injusto, pero esperemos que no la cierren y no nada más esa, sino todas las escuelas no deberían de cerrarlas. Deberían siempre ser una prioridad. Gracias. Gracias por su tiempo.
Gracias.
Just for all the English speakers, she said, good evening. Her name is Erica. She comes from Hidden Valley School. She's a little bit nervous, so she asked everyone to cut her a little slack. She just wanted me to mention that it's not fair to close all the schools, not just the one that her daughter goes to, but all the schools for everyone. And when she heard the news that 3 schools would be closing, well, they were very sad. They were concerned. And she says, well, please don't close the schools. And when Hidden Valley is a very good school. And when people say like, well, what school do you go to? And they say, well, I go to Hidden Valley. Well, they're like, oh, that's a very good school. So she says, basically to summarize, that it's not fair to close any of the schools and that really we should be looking at trying to keep all of them open. Thank you.
Thank you. Allison Smith, followed by Jennifer Downing, followed by Christoph Proseger. Allison?
Good evening, board. I'm Allison Smith. I am an elementary school parent, a local small business owner, and a former middle school math teacher. Tonight, I want to highlight the financial significance of including attendance data in our decision-making process. On Monday night, the School Consolidation Advisory Committee voted to remove criterion 14. This specific criterion provided a critical data point directly tied to attendance. As the board knows, attendance is a key factor in determining a significant portion of our funding. Without a criterion that reflects attendance, where will that data be considered? I'm afraid that what will happen is we will lose critical insight into this important aspect of district funding. And bottom line, funding and financial stability is why we're here tonight. While I realize the board has no control over the data that is used, that is omitted, I feel it's important you all know that a criterion as important as attendance related to funding is not being considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Next I have Jennifer Downing, followed by Christoph Proseger, followed by, I think it's Emma Curtis. Jennifer?
Hi, thank you. My name is Jennifer Downing, and I am a parent. I'm actually really speaking on the high school closures. My child is at Maria Carrillo, and it is absolutely appalling to see that the committee specifically is excluding academic data. The reason that we send kids to school is for education. And when you're looking at school closures, it's not just buildings, it's actually what our teachers are doing, the culture within the school, the academic excellence. And so to sit there and use other data and not even consider education seems that there's a thumb on the scale. Secondly, I'd love to know where the criteria and all the data points are coming from. Where was this information pulled and how recent is it? I know that Maria Carrillo has been working steadily to get Title I funding, the only school within the district that does not have Title I funding. And that means that at least 40% of our population has to have some socioeconomic statuses. I know that we are on our way, especially with some of the building construction that is happening within Recon Valley. As a homeowner, someone who has voted for all the bonds, to have a school that is being considered to shut down when we are doing our best as parents. I think that there's a lot of people who look at it as an elitist school, but that's not true. So many parents have to do beautification days. We donate. My daughter is on our JV soccer team. We are using uniforms from 18 years ago. So it's all of this, and I don't envy your position. I mean, it's terrible, but I also want to look at the data and the behavior. I have to sit there in my job, look at data. I have to forecast 2 years ahead of time, figure out where my money's going, all of that. And here it is that when you're looking at the behavior, if you have 65% of children, families, not even families, that are opting out of the school within their boundary, that is telling you something, that school is not fulfilling their needs. If you have schools where people are trying to get in, why are we not looking at that? What is happening there and build those programs across? But I don't know if it's fair monitoring or what, but to hear that Maria Carrillo is being absolutely looked at. And again, we can't play favorites. I understand that. But it just seems crazy to me that you are excluding data that is academically helpful to understand who is serving our community and who isn't. So that's it. That's all I got.
Thank you. Next I have Christoph Proseger, followed by Emma Curtis, followed by Ashley Lovelace. Christoph?
Thank you. My name is Christoph Rosa. I have a son in the school district. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Could you speak a little louder or turn
yeah.
on the mic? There we go.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I would like to address the school consolidation process currently underway in our district and pose a question to the board. As someone who just recently started to follow the district's policies and the state of education in our county, I've already learned a few important things. We as a community do not have a single teacher, school counselor, or custodian too many. These positions are critical and already stretched thin. However, in Santa Rosa, we appear to have between 4 and 8, depending on how they are counted, school districts with their own superintendents and director level staff. This leads me to my question. Why isn't the district exploring consolidation with adjacent districts? By reducing redundancies at the administrative level, we could achieve significant cost savings that could be redirected to the schools themselves, where the impact is most directly felt by students, teachers, and the staff. Savings at the top could reduce the need for cuts at the ground level, ensuring resources are focused where they matter the most, in our classrooms and our schools. I'd like to yield the remaining half of my time to the board for an answer.
And generally in public comments, we don't answer, but I will say that there was a study done, I think it was released around January, and it shows a significant cost savings, and there's been a lot of the other school districts that have passed resolutions that are opposing that.
Thank you.
Next, I have Emma Curtis, followed by Ashley Lovelace, followed by Samantha Sharp. Emma?
Hi, my name is Emma. I'm a mother of four and would like to speak to the fact that these school closures are going to be incredibly traumatic to a community that has suffered so much within the past 7 years. So many families have been displaced due to the fires. Everyone in the community has lost access to education, and their communities have been very isolated due to the pandemic. And right now we are talking about closing schools, which is a home away from home for many children. It is the place that is also there to nurture them and to foster their academics. And I feel like this is being done very quickly and without sensitivity to our communities. I mean, as far as I know, there are a lot of people who do not know about this, and it could happen next year. And I would like to know what is being done to make this process easier on our kids. They're the ones that are going to suffer the most. I would love to argue that schools can't be closed. I know that this is a decision that has already been made, so I would urge you to do this as carefully as possible and with as much care to the students and families who are going to be most impacted. I'm a graduate of El Molino High School, which was closed, and I know that has been horrible for all the West County community. Yeah, our community is not prepared for this, and I want to know what is being done to help them prepare for it. I'm a mother at Hidden Valley, and I can only speak to what I know our school has to offer. I know that every other school has many incredible things to offer. However, Hidden Valley is a large school and it has a capacity to accept and welcome many more students. And knowing our parent community and our teachers and staff there, I know that we would do everything we could to do that. As parents on our own time, we would want to welcome every student and make sure that the transition was as easy as possible for them. I also think, that there are a lot of programs there that other schools do not have. I'm also really concerned about the data that shows projected enrollment numbers for Hidden Valley specifically, but I'm sure other schools as well. You're looking at 6 years into the future and saying that there's going to be this dramatic decrease when in fact we are in a community that is rebuilding and recovering from the fires and also expanding. There are developments just down the street within walking distance on Shanate. There is the Round Barn development. There is a development on Fountain Grove. There is the development that will replace where Journey's End was located. These are, I mean, thousands of homes that are opening up. And I can only imagine that they will be housed with children who need to go to school. So the idea of closing schools seems very short-sighted. I know this is a huge, impossible task and not easy on anyone, but yeah, we can't just save money right now and not consider the future of the kids and the families.
Thank you. Next, I have Ashley Lovelace, followed by Samantha Sharp, followed by Shayna Kirk. Ashley?
Good evening. My name is Ashley Lovelace, and I'm a teacher in the Deaf and Hard of Hearing program at Hidden Valley. Unfortunately, our families right now are at Hidden Valley learning how to communicate with their children and learning sign language, so they're not able to be here. But I wanted to give some information on criteria 17 about relocating the Deaf and Hard of Hearing program. I'd like to bring it to the board's attention that the pupil counts for Hidden Valley students enrolled in the Deaf and Hard of Hearing program are not counted in the predicted enrollment counts, nor in the master planning documents. Our program has been at Hidden Valley for 54 years.
Could you get a little closer to the mic?
Sure.
Thank you.
Our program has been at Hidden Valley for 54 years, and the elementary school was expanded around it. Even though our program is funded through the SELPA, these students have to be counted somewhere in these formulas. Hidden Valley has a rich history, which was originally open for the entire Sonoma County Deaf and Hard of Hearing population. There has not been a time in our program where Hidden Valley and our Deaf and Hard of Hearing program have not been connected. Hidden Valley is known by many because of this program, as well as the program they ran for Sign Language Ambassadors, which is led by many former students. Students who attend this program are often learning their first language as they have not had access to a formal visual language, which would be isolating if they did not have this community. However, we are so fortunate to have Hidden Valley as a place that we can call home. This community is a true display of how students can be fully integrated into a school campus. Not only do our students have an opportunity to build community among their peers with similar experiences, but they have the opportunity to integrate into the entire campus. How? This year, most of our classes at Hidden Valley have ASL instruction weekly, which provides students the skill to communicate with our students enrolled in our program. This allows every student to be learning a second or third language, in addition to our students benefiting from greater social interaction and opportunities in their natural language. This year, my students, the youngest in our program, have had the opportunity to interact with and get to know older students who have motivated them to learn because of this instruction that we have. Hidden Valley has an amazing, strong community with an amazing PFO that I am so fortunate to work with. We have staff who work to ensure students are supported and well-rounded community members. Every person on our campus teaches our students. Hidden Valley is truly an example of how our community has embraced, engaged, and empowered our students. I urge you to consider the importance of this school, not only to the community surrounding it, but to the greater Sonoma County community and the deaf community. Hidden Valley cannot be replicated in another school. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Samantha Sharp, followed by Shayna Kirk, then Erica Ramos. Samantha?
Thank you. I am Samantha Sharp. I work at Santa Rosa High School. One of the big decisions that are being made is school closures. A lot of people are here to talk about that. Another thing that goes hand in hand with that is our staff layoffs and the possibility and real possibility of losing staff at sites without school closures at all. I was taken back and appalled that at the last special board meeting, Director Medina asked, well, what is an office technician to? Where is that person? And the committee that is presenting this information did not have an answer. Those are your classified staff. Those are the people that you guys have been telling us since August that you care about us, that we matter, that we are equal. Yet the 5 minutes it would have taken to gather the research on who is in what office and what job titles those are was not done. How can you effectively decide whether we are supposed to be keeping our jobs and if we are worthy to be at these sites when you can't even tell us where we sit in these offices? I have created a little document. Again, it took me less than 5 minutes as far as who those positions belong to and what offices they are in. If you guys would like that, I've made copies for all the board members, because if you're going to be deciding the ratios, you should know where those people sit. We are important, and it is shown again that you do not feel that way, both at the district office level as well as the board level. Other people have also made the comment, you're looking at school closures, we're looking at staff ratios. We also need to be looking at cutting people at the district office level, specifically the higher ups. We have assistant superintendents, executive directors, and directors in every single department nearly, but we are not looking or even discussing cutting those. You might be thinking about it, but it is not being vocalized. That should be the first stop versus closing things that are going to directly impact your students, directly impact the people. I would rather have a harder time as a staff member getting stuff done and having to wait longer times at the district level with cuts at the district level versus closing schools or losing more staff on site who are there to be hands-on with our kids and look at them in the eye every single day. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Shayna Kirk, followed by Erica Ramos, followed by Maria Viruela. Shayna?
Hi there. Thank you so much for hearing us out tonight, the board members and all the folks in the room. So my main concern is that the process here, receives the most fair and equitable treatment possible. My background is as a parent of 3 kids who attend the district, as well as currently an MFT candidate at USF's Santa Rosa campus, focusing on social justice, equity in education, and as a future career as a school-based therapist, hopefully here in the district. I've also been a substitute teacher for the past couple of years, working on site at elementary, middle, and high school all across the district sites. I do have some experience in my past going to a school system where, due to significant issues with the budget, there was a state takeover. And I've seen what it's like for a local high school to lose accreditation and what it takes to come back from that. It's not pretty. So I'm personally very invested in this situation. I did attend the meeting the other night and saw that with a very quick vote, multiple items were removed from consideration with a sweep. So we're not suggesting that any of those items should be weighted any higher, but I would be remiss to mention that equity should not include a very broad range of factors. And it's true, of course, that marginalized communities may be overrepresented in certain statistical measures, but if we wipe those measures out, it seems to imply that we don't need to look across the board at all factors. I'll state that many parents might look heavily at certain factors in terms of location and where they send their children. And, you know, if lower performing schools remain open, in keeping those factors on the criteria, I would like to know for the future, what are we going to do to help those lower performing schools? Are we going to be infusing funds there? What's going to happen when the higher performing schools, if they remain closed, the students decide to flee the district? Like, I want to know what is the plan in that case, because equity is a word that gets thrown around a lot, but what is the plan behind that? So the decision is not just going to affect today and this coming year or two. This community needs assurance that their families are being the actual broad consideration that they deserve, because the decision is going to be trickling down for generations to come and not just fixing like a Band-Aid on a bullet wound for this big issue regarding budget. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next, I have Erica Ramos, followed by Maria Viruela, followed by, I think, Kelby App. I'm not sure. Erica?
Hi again. You know, Erica Ramos actually already went, but I forgot to ask you guys, are you planning on maybe reassuring our community that you will be looking at school performance as a metric when it comes to school closures come February?
We won't be responding to general comments here, but wait for the discussion item. Maria Viruela, and then I think it's Katie App, followed by Sarah Tristano.
Hello, my name is Maria Birrueta. I am an incoming Santa Rosa High School student, class of 2029. I would like to talk about why Santa Rosa High School shall remain open. First, I am an inter-district transfer. I believe this is important to note, because if we talk about students wanting to attend, I believe I am the prime example of why Santa Rosa High School stores should remain open. Santa Rosa High School's doors open to me means an exciting community I'm about to be a part of. The history of this school means so much to me, and I cannot wait to walk in on my first day and become a part of the legacy and future of this school.
Thank you. Next, I think it's Katie App, followed by Sarah Tristano, followed by Megan Peterson.
Hi, my name is Katie App. I'm speaking today to tell you why Santa Rosa High School should remain open. I want to specify I'm not just here to speak for myself. I'm also speaking for the beautiful friendships and community of Santa Rosa High School. I want and need to mention the Art Quest program, our auto shop program, and our metal shop, and everything else we offer that brings every clique together. I would also like to shout out Mr. Yutzi, our auto shop teacher, for bringing awareness to on this to all of his students, including myself. I have multiple friends as well that are incoming students next year that are so excited to be a part of this community. I beg that you make sure that when I graduate in 3.5 years, my tassel is orange and black. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Sarah Tristano, followed by Megan Peterson, followed by Margie Brady Long. Sarah?
Hello, my name is Sarah Tristano, and I have 2 students at Maria Carrillo High School. I am truly uncomfortable with public speaking, so that tells you how important I feel about being here. The issue I would like to emphasize is what a disservice it is to our students to take academic benchmarks out of consideration when determining which schools to close. I was truly shocked as I watched the Consolidation Committee vote to remove criteria 14, 15, and 16 from consideration during Monday's meeting. How can we be talking about school closures and not considering how effective a school is at doing the basic thing with which it is tasked? In the name of equity, perhaps we've forgotten the primary reason for school, which is to prepare our children for their futures through strong academics. The other supports and programs are important. They're important to my family, but we should be building supports around a strong performing academic environment. This serves all students. As one of the Consolidation Committee members said before the vote was taken, there was a reason that 600+ students left the district last year, and we should consider all the data when weighing which schools to close. Bringing things back to basics, I'd like to share a little story. My dad, Giuseppe Federico, was raised in post-World War II Italy. His family was very poor, as were most of the families in the village. Resources were extremely limited, and the environment for learning was incredibly difficult. But the children all received a solid, well-rounded education, from basics like math, reading, grammar, and writing, to drafting, foreign languages, and more. When I sometimes lament to him that certain services aren't available, or how nice it would be to have X, my dad reminds me that all that's needed to learn is a pencil, a piece of paper, a motivated teacher, and a bit of will. So when I hear the LCAP Roadshow present that building new facilities at a cost, for example, of $100 million versus renovating existing facilities would cost $75 million and would only save $25 million as if it's mere pennies, and yet thousands of students are going to be displaced and lives upended, I pause and I consider my dad's words and ask that the board please circle back to the things that are truly fundamentally important when making your ultimate decision. I would also like to dispel the idea that if Maria Carrillo were to close, our students would just pick up and go to private school in the area. There are some that can and will, but that's not a blanket reality. I know many MCHS families who struggle to pay the $100 AP test fees for which their students have worked so hard to prepare. One family's son last year had to choose between taking the AP history and the AP chem exam. And if you drop off your child at Maria Carrillo or walk the hallways on any given day, you will see a broad swath of society representing many ethnicities and cultures. It is truly not a homogeneous population as often depicted, but a beautifully diverse group of students from all walks of life. And for them and all the students in Santa Rosa City
Thank
Schools,
you.
I ask you to remember, performance matters.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next, I have Megan Peterson, followed by Margie Brady Long, followed by Malia Pavlov. Megan?
Thank you for your time. My name is Megan Peterson. I am the parent of 2 kindergartners at Hidden Valley Elementary School, and I'm here specifically to talk about transfers, intra-district transfers, and school boundaries for current schools, and if you were to close schools. My school is at, or my students are at Hidden Valley on an intra-district transfer. We chose to leave our neighborhood school because we did not feel that the community that was there and the academic track record that it had represented what we wanted to see in our children's education. And I think that that is really at the core of whenever there is a transfer, right? And no matter if it's an intra or inter-district transfer, and I think you need to really value what that is saying and what that means for people when they are looking at which schools to send their children to. Academics and community do matter. And I will say, as a parent volunteer. I work full-time. My husband works full-time. We try to volunteer as much as we can in the classroom. I know other parent volunteers also work full-time. I think that there are certain schools that at least the committee seemed to label as affluent or in affluent areas who can, quote, just drive their children across town to other schools, which seemed appalling to me. Whether or not you have the means to drive your child, first and foremost, if you want to go with that, you should be looking at your charter schools. Almost every single child that goes to a charter school is driven by their parents to that school. If you want to talk about moving, closing schools, maybe we need to look at moving some of our charter schools to other locations so that neighborhood schools can remain open. Santa Rosa Charter Arts, for example, is in a neighborhood very close to Proctor Terrace. If Proctor Terrace is one of the schools that's being considered because it's on the fault line for closure, perhaps we need to find a new home for Santa Rosa Arts Charter and move Proctor Terrace to that campus so that public school can remain open in its community. I don't think that it's fair to make generalizations. I think that Hidden Valley, like many other campuses, gets a broad brushstroke of being affluent and homogenous, and that is simply not true. I don't think I've seen more diversity at a campus than at Hidden Valley, and I mean that both in ethnicity and in socioeconomics. And I think that is same across all campuses in Santa Rosa. I don't think we should make
Thank you.
generalizations.
Thank you. Next, I have Margie Brady Long, followed by Malia Pavlov, followed by Rodrigo Reyes Garfias. Margie?
Good evening, Board. My name is Margie Brady Long, and I have been part of this district for 52 years. The closing of Cook and Doyle sites caused wounds which have not healed. The hurt still lingers. Having such a tight timeline to close so many sites and reconfigure the district invites chaos and fear, which repels people and will increase our enrollment woes. I request that the board require that we address this change through a community building lens with well-formed implementation plans, including honest transparency about intentions and expectations, where concerns are actively acknowledged and addressed, where everyone is recognized as a valuable part of our community, where we attract and retain students and families to experience our excellence. We can't set schools against each other. We can do this wrong. Can we commit to doing it right?
Thank you. Next, we have Malia Pavlov, followed by Rodrigo Reyes Garfias, or Rodrigo Rojas Garfias. Malia?
Hello. My name is Malia Pavlov. I'm a proud 2004 graduate of Santa Rosa High School as an interdistrict transfer. I have a bachelor's and a master's degree from Sonoma State University, and I would like to point out first and foremost that that journey of high achievement began while I was a student at Santa Rosa High School, co-enrolled at Santa Rosa Junior College. Born and raised in Santa Rosa, spent most of my life in Santa Rosa, and I've returned to Sonoma County with my husband. I'm not fully prepared tonight, but I felt it was important to be here to share a little of my story and strong opposition and disappointment at hearing that Santa Rosa High School might be closed to resolve a budget deficit. Can we not be more creative than that? I would like to note that the ArtQuest program at Santa Rosa High School is where I learned so many values like courage, vulnerability, listening, compassion, and critical thinking. These values have recently been under attack in this country, but as long as we keep fighting for them, they will stay alive. I work with budgets across 2.5 million square feet of property every day, and I understand that quantitative decisions must be made that are sometimes difficult, and you will never be able to make everyone happy. But this is not just a quantitative decision, it is a human one, and it will affect and devastate so many humans in the community that you yourselves are a part of. for such an important decision, I don't understand why so many of us, myself included, in the last 24 hours are just now learning of this. Why? What are the steps that you are taking to ensure transparency in this process and to ensure that you have as much feedback as possible from the people, the families, the children, the staff, the teachers who will be devastated by your choices? I am not confident every step has been taken budgetarily or to let the community be part of this process. I know that ArtQuest provided myself and thousands of other Santa Rosans, thousands of other families, maybe more, with world-class opportunities that could not be found elsewhere. And if I had not been a Santa Rosa High School student, I may have dropped out of high school, I may have been bullied, but I believe I escaped that because I was so involved in these programs that were funded by the community, and we found a way to make it happen then. And I believe that we can find a way together to make it happen now so that we don't have to experience any more loss. We all talked about Sonoma Strong after the fires. We need that spirit now, and I want to know how we can do this better. I strongly oppose closing Santa Rosa High School, and for that matter, any of the other schools, until the community has had more voice and more choice to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Next I have Rodrigo Rojas Garfias, followed by Kristen Colgrove.
Hello, my name is Rodrigo Rojas Garfias, and I'm here as a student representative at Carrillo. And my main objective is obviously to hope that my school doesn't get shut down, but to open everybody's eyes to how generalized our school is. A way to start off is the main, the main vocabulary words used against us as rich, white, daddy's money, all of that, or excuse me, but yeah, all of that generalization not only affects the students who may be depicted by those, but students like me who aren't. And I'm just here to open the eyes.
Thank you. Are you done? Or
No, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
A little nervous, that's why. But yeah, I'm hoping to open your eyes, as not only will shutting down Carrillo affect the students as it's very generalized, but it will also affect the community. Carrillo has been such a uplifting school to our community. We've helped raise money towards food banks, and I think reached a county goal of how many cans we've donated with our food drive. Not only that, we have a key club that raises money for foster students or foster children or children in the foster care. I feel like closing down Carrillo will not only affect the community, or not only affect students, but affect the community. And we need to push off of decision-making through bias and through emotional connection and move towards statistics. The loss of criteria against school attendance, I believe, and school performance is not correct, and it should be reevaluated. As I believe Carrillo is one of the most outperforming schools. Maybe it might just be my opinion, or maybe it is seen through statistics, but I hope that you guys are able to reevaluate the decision, because it not only does it not represent education and our goals, or what should be our goals, but it also hinders our ability to grow as a community and as a city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next I have Kristen Colgrove.
Good evening, everyone. I had no intention of speaking tonight, but I can't help but address the elephant in the room. Let me start by saying I'm a product of Santa Rosa City Schools. I went to Comstock. I went to Pioneer High School, where I graduated in 1989. My children attended Hidden Valley Elementary. I bought my house so they could go to Hidden Valley Elementary. They went to Santa Rosa Middle School, and they graduated from Montgomery High School. I love this district. Let me rephrase that. I loved this district. I am no longer a fan of this district. I'm disheartened daily at the behavior that I see by the board, by the cabinet. Why have you all gotten raises? Everybody on that floor received a raise this year. No classified person has received a raise. You refused to negotiate with classified. Our yard duties make $17.46 an hour to keep our children safe on a campus. Why haven't we addressed furlough days? We used those for 4 or 5 years, 10 years ago. I would gladly give up my salary for 4 days over the school year to keep a campus open. My own husband, during the recession, took a decrease in pay with his job, took me off his insurance to keep his company afloat. We all have to make sacrifices. You should too. We need to keep our schools open. This is their community. This is their safe place. We have students that I guarantee you are abused at home. When they come to school, they're safe, they're happy, they're learning. They want to be there. To break up these communities at school sites is deplorable. There are other ways. You are renting fancy office buildings at Stony Point for the district office for tens of thousands of dollars a month. Does that make you feel good? That's where your money is going. That makes me sad. I'm so sad at the waste of money I see on a daily basis. When I walk into my campus during the summer and the air conditioners are blaring to empty classrooms. The heater is blaring during breaks to empty classrooms. I have offered numerous times, I go in there and I turn the heat down, I turn the air conditioning off. Like, let's work together. I'm sad, I'm broken. I just feel like, let's work together. Let's make this happen for our students. What was our mantra for years? Every student, every possibility, every day? No, it's your bottom line. You care about the dollars, not our students.
Thank you. Next, I have Zach Bailey, followed by Mel Debray, I believe. Zach?
Hello, my name is Zach Bailey. I am a resident of Santa Rosa. I have 3 children that have gone to school here myself. Ashlyn is my youngest, and she's a senior at Santa Rosa High. I can understand people being upset. I didn't know this was going on. It is upsetting that this is done, and it seems like a sneaky way. It shouldn't be like that. Definitely, we should have a say. We should be made aware well ahead of when these things are going to happen. I definitely don't think we should be fighting with each other. We should work together. Don't make the schools try to fight against each other. We need to work together and make them work for us. You guys have a hard job. It sounds like you got money issues. Those are some real adult problems I've had in myself. I didn't ever make my kids pay for it, and you shouldn't either, so.
Thank you. Next, I have Mel. Is it Debray or Debray? I'm not sure.
Hi there, my name is Mel. I was not prepared to speak. I was actually listening to the Zoom meeting in my car, and I felt compelled to drive down here. I'm a special education teacher at Elsie Allen High School, and I am one representative from the Counseling Enrich program. If you don't know anything about the Counseling Enrich program, it's incredible. It serves our most statistically marginalized population of students with a diagnosis of emotional disturbance. This population of students, whom I know well, I've taught for 6 years, and I actually just finished my master's degree at Sonoma State University. My thesis centered on establishing a socially just education for students with ED. This program serves students who have been traumatized in and outside of school, and they have comorbidities such as learning disabilities and mental health issues. I'm so excited to bring my students to speak at the next meeting because I think they would show and argue that the Counseling Enrich program is incredibly important, not only in providing a safe haven, but also providing them the opportunity, which has been limited and taken away from them in school, to receive a quality, equitable education. My students successfully led a research action project in which they were able to disseminate information on how best to serve this population to a group of master's students at Sonoma State University and also at a staff meeting at Elsie Allen High School. Now, the reason I'm bragging so much about my students is not only because I love them dearly, but also because we have 2 SEP classrooms at Elsie Allen High School. And I cannot emphasize enough that if Elsie Allen were to be shut down or consolidated, this is a life or death situation for my students. And this is a conversation that I've had with my students. They feel safe, secure, loved, and treated with dignity, and provided their humanity in our classrooms. And I cannot emphasize enough how crucial it is to save this space for them. And I'm not only making an emotional argument here, I'm also making a logistical one. There is no space for our 2 SEP classrooms at other schools. Elsie Allen High School also serves the most students who receive special education services. Thank you all for hearing me out. Sorry I was a bit jostled. I care so much about this, and I care so much about this very specific population of students that is so often forgotten, and I call on you all to care about them as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Brent Stewart.
Hello. Thank you. My name is Brent Stewart. I'm just here as a Montgomery High School parent of 2 kids. And in case there's any notion of shutting down Montgomery High School, I think that would be a horrible decision. Santa Rosa High School runs deep in the history of this town, only beating out Montgomery High School. For 40 years, it was Monty versus Santa Rosa. It's embedded in, 3-4 generation families and in the neighborhood, and it's a very diverse school. I wanted to point out a couple things that I saw in the numbers from the other day's meeting. I think you guys are using 2023 numbers for the expenses. Montgomery has a brand new solar array in the parking lot. It's probably one of the more energy efficient schools in the whole district. That needs to be taken into account. Also, the brand new building that they're doing has been promised to the students for 15 years, 10 years. It's finally showing up, and Montgomery is going to be a fantastic school starting next year, even more than it is so now. And I want you to keep that in mind. Another thing to consider, community impact, is the massive undertaking the city has gone through to buy the property from the state along the future freeway expansion. That's not going to happen. That's going to be a gem of Santa Rosa leading right to Montgomery High School. It would be a horrible shame if that led to nothing. And that's all the time I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, I have Ryan Malm.
Okay, so I don't really have anything. I wasn't prepared to speak today, but kind of just being here, I was just here to kind of watch how everything would break down going forward. So kind of one of the things I wanted to bring up was the 3 E's that you guys said that were important in kind of deciding in the school's closing. I believe it was embrace, engage, and empower. And I think you guys are kind of missing out on a big aspect of schools, which is education. I feel like educate should be one of those 3 E's. As a student at CREO, I think we are highly successful when it comes to education. We have so many aspects that you guys clearly don't see as special. We have 2/3 of our student body in sports. We have the most most of our students take AP classes. We have more students taking AP classes than all the schools in the district combined. So I think it's very important that education be the first priority when talking about schools closing. And I think that's something that you guys overlook, which, yeah, I think we're getting further away from schools being about education, and it's more about kind of embracing and engaging and empowering, which a school should be all of those things and many more. But I think education should be the first step. And especially with Creo being in those schools that are closing, I think it's sad to see because we have so much academic success and so much other things that you guys don't see that I think we just have so much value in I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. Yeah. We just have so much at our school that I don't think it's worth kind of closing. So I just hope you guys see that. Yeah.
Thank you. That's all the public comment cards that I have. I'd like to just state a couple things. First off, we do not like being in this position. Every single one of our schools is precious and has something positive as a community. And I think it's important to be clear, as far as I know, it's not one or two or three schools that are on the list. All schools are right now on the list. And I'm glad to see people fighting. More people need to be fighting for their schools and advocating. I think it's important to also show up at the school consolidation committee. It's important to understand that they're going to make recommendations to the board. That'll probably happen in February when they make the recommendations. I've tried to watch the consolidation meetings. I haven't watched this Mondays, but I'm glad people brought up some issues for me just to be aware of. But I think, again, it's important. We've been talking about this for a while now. People are only now starting to find out more. But there's been a lot of communication from the forming of the committee to the announcements of the meetings. Everything's been out there. It's just now, I think with the PD picking up on it, it's becoming, the awareness is actually growing. But this is not an easy position to be in. I don't want to be in this position. But here we are. And we're not alone. This is happening in districts throughout the state. So I just wanted to add that context. But thank you all for speaking and continue speaking out. So with that said, we will now move on to our, let's see, is it D items? And I'll pass it on to Superintendent Morales.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. I'm super excited also to see so many students in the room. So thank you for sharing your voices. I echo what President Medina has shared. This is not going to be an easy decision. We're not here. None of us signed up to close schools. I just want to take this time right now to set the stage and a little bit of overview in terms of our conversation today and what we're asking the trustees to approve. As several trustees have acknowledged in the recent meetings, our district is at a critical juncture. We face an urgent fiscal need to make significant reductions to maintain solvency. The district has reached the point, and many of the trustees have shared, where we can't push this out any further. The end of one-time funds has arrived, and decrease in enrollment continues, and these decisions can't be postponed any longer. We deeply value the partnership and understand that CRTA, including President Howell's comments last time. Sadly, it's not if we close schools, it's when we close schools. I wanted to highlight a few important points to frame our discussion. When the budget was passed in June, it included the closure of at least one elementary school. And also, we need to really be clear, recommendations and consideration for specific schools have not been made yet. While we hear the rumors, we ask that you please really share accurate information. Email us. I appreciate that Erica, who spoke, emailed me and asked me for clarifications. And we're also committed to creating systems that ensure both equal and equitable staffing and resources across our schools, with particular attention to supporting our unduplicated students through the targeted funds that the state actually provides for them. I've had parents and community members in various meetings often ask me, what can we do to increase funding? Because our funding is pretty stable. It is based on attendance. And so attendance continues to be our #1 way of getting funding. And it has, students have to be in their seats for us to get funding. It isn't if, if parents call in sick, even if it's excused or unexcused, we still don't get funding. And so a critical way to help us with that is we need advocacy at the state level for change in funding formula for the way we are funded. There has been a couple of times, but has failed, the idea of the state funding us on enrollment. So at least we're able to project out for the year and not have to worry of the percentage of money that we're not gonna get because students are not in seats. So if anybody wants to join and you hear of our state legislation talking about funding based on enrollment, please join that advocacy group. I know I am. And also another thing that you can help us on in terms of really ensuring funding, and I think one of our speakers mentioned in terms of our unduplicated students, where Maria Carrillo has always been under 40%. And it's with filling out that housing income form that we ask all parents to fill out every year. If we increase that and our unduplicated student number goes up, we receive additional information. So parents filling out that form is incredibly helpful. It does bring in more funds for the district. And again, I want to say I recognize that this challenge is incredible. It's heartbreaking. Yet I encourage us to view it also as an opportunity to reimagine and redesign our schools. By consolidating services, we can create specialized schools that can function as magnets, offering programs and resources that parents have been asking and we haven't been able to provide. Together, I wholeheartedly believe that together we can transform this difficult transition into a pathway that allows us to provide more equitably and better designed schools for our entire community. So I hope you join us, continue to join us in this difficult journey that we're on. Thank you, President Medina.
Thank you. And so now we'll pass it on to Assistant Superintendent Lisa August.
Thank you, President Medina, Superintendent Dr. Morales, members of our board and our SRCS community. Thank you for that introduction, Dr. Morales. It's extremely important, and we are making progress in some of those areas, which is certainly helpful, and that will be shared as we go through our presentation this evening. Excuse me. Okay, the biggest reason for the special study session this evening, there are several things that we will cover, but the biggest is to take action. We are recommending action on our fiscal stabilization plan, phase 1. We will get into the details of that as we go forward. First, because we want to make sure that we are always providing information for our public who may be tuning in to understand how our finances work. And the reason that numbers change regularly has to do with the different times that we pull information. There's only one time a year that our financials are final, which is in September for the prior year. We make updates in December, March, May, June, and in August regarding changes in the budget projected either from the state's adopted budget or changes in what we actually see as far as students showing up, those unduplicated numbers, and changes just how it goes through the year. If you think about your checkbook during the month, it changes. You have, okay, what your plan is at the beginning of the month, and then your car breaks down, or you spent less on groceries this month and more on something else. Those are the types of adjustments that we make throughout the year. The budget is driven by the LCAP, the Local Control Accountability Plan. We are encouraged by some, additional parents and staff and community members who have shown up to the online LCAP Budget Roadshow. And Montgomery, I believe we had a good turnout. We very much appreciate that. We do have a couple of more opportunities as well. So please be on the lookout for that. So just a reminder that really the data does change regularly. And so depending on when information is pulled, those numbers will vary. Again, I talked about the different reporting periods. First interim is July 1 through October 31st, and second interim is July 1st through January 31st. So by December 15th, we do have to come to the board and say, here's what our activity is so far. With the way that our budget was adopted in June, it is important that we have a fiscal stabilization plan approved for inclusion in the first interim report. Historically, we have brought those together to the board at one time. This year, we have worked very hard with our Fiscal Stabilization Advisory Committee to bring that to you early. And thank you very much to the board for agreeing to have a special meeting tonight so that we can go into first interim really making plans based on that fiscal stabilization and not wondering when we get to the first interim report if there will be adjustments that need to be made. This here, our enrollment history, this is excluding charters. So these are traditional schools only. If we look back to 12-13, we had over 15,000 students. And as of last year at CBEDS, so we had, CBEDS is the first Wednesday in October. That is the official enrollment count each year. And so for 23-24, we were at 12,860. Our CBEDS data for this year will not be finalized until January. That's when it's certified. And that's, you'll see that that's where those adjustments happen. We have to, during the during the school consolidation committee, we have to pick a point in time to choose what data we're going to use. And so the official data points are the enrollment, and the most recent is 23-24. At the time that we began the committee information, some of that information would have only been available for 22-23. Same thing with all of the costs. We would look at the final numbers from 23-24 included in our unaudited actuals. So there's reasons why those numbers vary, and depending on which source you're pulling it from. And that's why we are only using certified data for past information, and then we're using projections based on a professional demographer included in our facilities master plan for the future. During that same time frame, you can see that we really haven't made huge adjustments to staffing. And in fact, as of the end of last year, or at the time that we pulled the data for staffing for last year, we were slightly above our 2012-13 staffing levels. So that kind of tells the story, Gesundheit, on why we are in the situation that we are. We have not made adjustments in right-sizing our district, either through facilities or staffing, as we've had the reductions in students. And that has been for a variety of reasons, responding to the fires, the traumatic events that our community has been through, COVID. And during all that time, we had a lot of one-time funds that we will get to in a moment. We can actually, I think I actually put the slide in here in the wrong spot, really, if we talk about the flow of information for this evening. I do have links here that we'll come back to, but this is really about where our current staffing is and where we may go in the future. Again, these are all draft. We are still doing a lot of work. We want to be very thoughtful in what we actually recommend coming forward. We are analyzing what is appropriate at all levels of staffing across the district, and it does include the district office and all of the support positions. This is not something, when we talk about right sizing, it is not strictly about school sites. It is about all services, all staffing, all support, because it is about providing the appropriate level of service and efficiency for our families and our students and our staff as well for support. So we can come back to this as we go through that. I think for this conversation, it's important to take a look at those one-time funds and how us, as well as other districts, are in the position that we are right now. If we look back in 13-14, that was the first year that the local control funding formula was implemented. That was coming out of the Great Recession. During those first few years, there were huge influxes in funding related to catching up because essentially the state owed school districts money from the time of the recession. And so that's where you see this gap funding. This was to catch up, to get us back to the same level that we were in 2008-9. So actually 2007, 8, 8, 9 was when the reductions really started. Also, at that same time, you can see that retirement costs back in 2013-14 for certificated staff, which includes teachers and certificated administrators, counselors, anybody who's required to have a credential is typically enrolled in the STRS retirement system. And CalPERS is all of the classified staff. So that includes all of our site support staff and all the way up through classified administrators, including myself. And those rates have gone from 8.25% and 11.44%. So 8 cents on every dollar and almost 12 cents on every dollar back in 13-14 to 19 cents on every dollar of wages in 23-24 and 27 cents on every dollar in wages in 23-24. That is exclusive of also other required statutory costs. So during this time, salaries on the natural, the cost for salaries, so the cost for providing $1 in wages substantially increased. And so it's just an important factor as we look at this. In 15-16 through 18-19, we did receive substantial amounts of one-time funding. Again, this was a back payment to districts for services that we provided to students. It's called they were called mandated cost reimbursements, and it's essentially services that we are required to provide for students that we don't necessarily receive funding for. And so the state, when they can, essentially pays us for that as a back payment, and that's what that was. In 19-20, we actually received it in 2021. We had a little bit of one-time funding, only $237,000. And then 2021, you can see $28 million, then $13 million. And you can see those amounts of one-time funds. The district in that time did not cut services to students. We actually expanded services to students. The one-time funds related to COVID were given specifically with instructions to continue paying our staff, to continue paying our contractors, to provide additional supports, to increase wages, to recruit and retain staff. The district did with the funds what it was intended to do, and that is to continue operations. However, at the same time, we had declining enrollment, and it would have put us in a better situation now if we had made some reductions during those times. The longer that we hold off reductions, the deeper the reductions are needed. Just some other factors related to the budget during that time. And Joel, I really appreciate that he went back and tried to pull all of the information that he could. Didn't have access to as much for 13-14 through 15-16. I know he reached out to the county office and, spent a lot of time gathering this information. During this time, you can see the amounts, the percentages provided during settlements to both our SRTA group and our CSEA. And just for comparison purposes, administration typically follows SRTA. Our supervisory and confidential staff typically follow the same increases as CSEA. So timelines and percentages of increase. During that time, we also have seen a substantial increase in our percentage of population identified for special education. So in 13-14, we were around 14%. And you can see as of last year, we were just under 19%. That is roughly 7% above the state average. There are several factors that lead to that, and later in this, I don't know if it'll be December or January, we'll have the results of our special education study that we had presented. There are several reasons that percentage has increased. For one, in some ways some of our schools have become a magnet for providing special education services, which is a good thing, that we are providing a great level of support for students who need it. There's also at the same time an over-identification of students who aren't maybe receiving the tiered supports that they need in the classroom or in our general education setting and are thereby being referred to special education. We do see a higher percentage of our English learners referred to special education. So we have a large percent of duly identified students. That would be something that would be an indicator of an over-identification.
Real quick question on the slide. I don't think I saw it, but do we have an idea about what the increase in healthcare costs have also been during this time?
We did not run that for here, but we can certainly look at that. I can say that CSEA with their settlements, typically it's the same percentage is added to the healthcare benefit cap as the increase in salaries. There have been a couple of times where I don't think that that's aligned.
Yeah, there has been significant increase to healthcare benefits. That would be a lot of information to include on the slide. Yeah, that should be noted.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so you can kind of see our pattern here with the qualified and positive certifications. And I'm sorry, I didn't cover this earlier. Qualified is when we are making our multi-year projections. So each interim budget reporting period, we are required to project where we think we are going to finish for the current year, along with 2 additional years. So that's for all of our revenues and our expenditures. If we believe, if it looks financially like we are going to be very solid and we think, yep, there's not going to be a problem meeting those financial obligations in any of those 3 years, then we have a positive certification. If we say, we're really going to need to either bring in some more money or make some reductions, and we have some idea of how we're going to get there, or we know that we have some time to adjust to that, to make those changes, that's a qualified status. A negative status is when we say we know that we will not be able to make our obligations in either the current year or the next 2 years. When we have 2 qualified reporting periods in a row, we are required to complete a 3rd interim report, which doesn't require the same certification, but it's just an extra look at where we think we're going to finish the year and the next 2 years. If we have 3 qualified certifications in a row, it does actually then trigger additional involvement from our County Office of Education and potentially the Fiscal Crisis Management Assistance Team. It also is a precursor to heading down the path of a state takeover, as one of our speakers commented earlier. In a state takeover, we no longer have local control over what we do with our budget. The board loses all control over decision-making. The superintendent is removed from their seat, regardless of whether they were in the position when the situation began. The CBO, typically in the same situation. There are dire impacts to districts when they do go through a state takeover. It takes decades to recover from that. It's a state loan. And then you have no choice on how you spend funds, on negotiations, how you provide increases. All of those decisions are made by somebody who is not a part of the local community and team. So It's just, I say this only to provide context for our community in understanding that we don't make any of these recommendations lightly, that our board has an extremely difficult set of decisions coming forward, and it's difficult on staff making these recommendations as well. And all of it is made with the intention of providing the best programs and services to our students. Historically, you can see in our general fund 01, our deficit spending with our one-time revenues, you can see that we pop in and out of having those balanced budgets. And in that historical time from 15, 16 to 23, well, we knew potentially what one-time funding we were going to receive in the last couple of years because it was really carryover. We had that information ahead of time, and we had a very limited period of time to spend that down. From 15, 16 up through 2021, and even a little bit into 21, 22, we did not know if we would have one-time funding or not. So when we prepared the budgets in June, or as we're doing our interim reporting, the information we had at the time was dire, that we were going to have huge reductions. And so we went through our fiscal stabilization plans. There were recommendations for major staffing reductions, for program reductions, and the board took action and then did not have to actually implement because of the one-time funds. It staved off those cuts. It helped us to continue operations. And that's where communities during this time, and that's not just for Santa Rosa, this has been statewide where this pattern has occurred. And so during that time, it can create a feeling of distrust or mistrust between the community and the school district, or our staff and the administration, because it sounds like we are always crying wolf. The thing that saved the district from those cuts in 1920 to 2021 was actually a pandemic. We would have been in this situation 4 years ago if not for the pandemic. And so I just think it's really important for context as we talk about why we're in this situation. Our current 24-25 budget was adopted in June prior to the adoption of the state budget. And it was based on the governor's proposed budget in May. There weren't a whole lot of changes this time, which is that's kind of unusual for us. Usually there are big swings between the adopted budget in June and what happens actually with the state budget. We close our books in September, and I am super, super proud of our team that with all of those funds, with a $230 million budget, there was a less than 1% variance in what we estimated our revenues and expenditures to be to what they actually were. So that's a testament to the level of detail that goes into that work. Our budgets are very volatile. We are not funded on steady, stable funding sources like property taxes, which is what it used to be back in the 80s. We are funded mainly on actually the top 1% of earners in our state. So it's really very, very volatile and changes multiple times. An example would be, well, and I think we'll get to it here, if we talk about our funded COLA for this year is 1.07%. So that is the statutory required amount that the state is to provide us for increased costs. That is to cover our salary increases, our utility increases, everything that we pay. If you recall, those retirement costs went up more than 1%. And so you can see how that compounds over time when our costs are going up even before we take things into consideration for actually providing a living wage for our staff and our families. Our enrollment is projected. This is our current budget and multi-year projections. The other thing to point out is that at the time that we were doing multi-year projections for this year, in the prior year, it was projected at a 3.94% COLA. We actually ended up with 1.07. This is part of the reason for why the budget jumps up and down so much. We are fortunate in that the state has made some changes in law regarding the way that we are funded, which is that we receive the higher ADA, so average daily attendance credit, of either the current year funding or current year ADA, prior year ADA, or a 3-year average. That is true for our traditional schools. That is not the same for our charter schools, which you will see the impact of that in a moment. Our step and column increase, really that is just the natural increase as our staff move and receive their experience credit on the salary schedule. And then our negotiations, so SRTA and associated certificated and administrative groups did receive $4,750 per, excuse me, per full-time equivalent. It averaged out to about 6% per SRTA. At the administrative level, that varies substantially from that, down to 2%. And CSEA, we have not begun our salary negotiations with for the current year due to the timing of the collective bargaining agreement and that with the way that it aligned with our budget process, which hopefully in the future will be different so that we can have all negotiations settled around the same time. We have not begun negotiations with any of our groups for 25, 26 or 26, 27.
Just a quick question.
Yes.
Is there a reason why you wouldn't list the other groups in here, like the unrepresented members and the Teamsters?
That's just where it says associated group settlements. And Teamsters, at the time that we adopted the budget, Teamsters did not exist yet.
Okay, thank you.
With our multi-year projection, this is the piece that is very important to remember, that at the time of our budget adoption, we had some very specific items identified in our fiscal stabilization plan, including the closure of one elementary school that was notated in that specific plan. We also had a line that was future reductions. And that was that we knew we had to come back and determine what those were. And that was the directive from SCO as under their AB 1200 fiscal oversight responsibilities, is they direct us that those have to be more specific. When we get into our fiscal stabilization plan, we will talk about the level of specifics required for first interim versus second interim. This $19 million, almost $20 million projected, does include, we said, staffing and programmatic reductions. That does include school closures, whether there are programs, and then staffing at all levels. What all of those cuts look like was what needed to be determined in this next phase. In 24-25, we are spending down the remainder of those one-time funds and the remainder of our unrestricted general fund that was essentially held in savings because we had the one-time funds to spend in the short term. So you can see that we have to get back to that balanced budget. And the 3% is the minimum required by state law for our reserve for economic uncertainty. That is just barely a week of payroll. That does not include all of our expenses. Our reserve also does not equate cash flow.
Can you just state that again? 'Cause
Yes.
This is really important.
It is extremely important. 3% does not even get us through a week of payroll.
1 week of payroll.
Cash on hand, correct. Cash on hand and reserves are two very different things. Most of those funds, especially those one-time funds, most of our federal dollars are received on a reimbursement basis. So we have to spend it and then we get to collect it later. The majority of our salaries are paid out in the beginning of the year before we receive property taxes. We begin the year with a line of credit from our county treasury. we transfer funds between our other accounts to make our payroll and pay our bills.
And is this something that's unusual, or is this something that school districts do?
That varies. I would say it is not recommended to maintain only the minimum. It really isn't. It costs more in the long run by maintaining only the minimum versus having so there are three different pieces to this. There's the minimum required of 3% for us, and that varies by the size of the school district. There's the maximum that's uncommitted, which is 10% of your of the total operating expenditures. Above 10%, there has to be action by the board to specifically commit funds for specific purposes. However, when you look to governmental standards and recommendations, it's actually 2 months of operating expenses, which is typically about 17%. So very, very different things. I would say that most of us would not feel comfortable, although it's the reality for many of our families and for many of us, that we would only keep a week's worth of expenses in the bank in our savings account to account for emergency. That's essentially what we're doing. It's not even covering a
And
week.
it's not sustainable. It's not just the reason why I wanted to pause right there. And I want folks in attendance to hear that, because it's really important. It's not something to gloss over. It's definitely something for us to highlight, to hammer down. Thank you.
Thank you. The other piece to that, and thank you, Director Sheffield, for bringing it up with the 3%, is that if we are only ever aiming for 3%, we will always be in a cycle of making reductions. We will never be at a point to be planning for expansion and providing stability. So some really exciting things. These are based on exciting and not. We'll talk about a couple things on here. What's not exciting is you see that we have a difference of 500 students enroll in between the projected enrollment for our budget assumptions and the actual enrollment. So we received in enrollments, transfers in, or students who remained with us, 500 students less than what we projected at the time of budget adoption. On the flip side of that, our uncertified data, so this is all uncertified, these are preliminary numbers. They may change slightly before our January certification. So you have a little preview here, but we have spoken with our county office and they are comfortable with us using these numbers for our first interim projections. And that is that we have increased our unduplicated pupil count. So unduplicated pupils are English language learners, foster homeless, or low socioeconomic students. You may have a student who qualifies as all three categories. They only are considered once on the funding side of things. So that's why it's called an unduplicated pupil. So you can see that while we dropped 500 students in enrollment, we increased our unduplicated pupil count by 435, which increases that percentage. And that was, and so if you look here at our elementary and our high school district, we've never been over 55% at the high school. In fact, I think the highest that we've hit in the past is 52%. And we are up at 62%. So that means that with the rolling 3-year average, you'll see when we get a little bit later on how that impacts and when we see that real increase in our concentration grant funding. But and we went from, I think it was 60, let's see, okay, it was projected at 76%, and now we are all the way up to 80% at our elementary. And so you can see the 3-year projection based on the rolling average there. So huge, huge thanks to our community for responding to our calls for return of our, the school funding forms, or formerly known as free and reduced price meal, our alternative income forms, all of that. Really, that makes a huge impact as we move forward. And this is our floor, this is our base for the next 4 years as a percentage, because we now qualify for the community eligibility provision, which is just really exciting that we hit that level in this year. New students moving into the area or transferring between schools can submit the form when they move in next year. So we could see that percentage increase, but we won't see it go down. So you can see.
Sorry, Director
yes.
Arcus, can you go back for a second
Sure.
there? Because I just really want our community to hear how important these forms are, that they're the difference, in many ways between massive amounts of funding, proving that we're a Title I school, right? Really like huge increases in what's available to us. Santa Rosa High, for example, right, lost out on bazillions of dollars, I'm exaggerating, because we didn't turn in our forms, right? And so just something that is, feels kind of silly and, right, it has massive ramifications to the way that we are funded. And so again, just making sure that our community really hears the importance of making sure that those funds stay in our schools.
Yes, and our participation rate on the return of that, our parents heard the call, and it really, the return rate was a huge increase over prior years. So we really appreciate that. And it does mean then that, to me, that says also that our information is getting out there. We just have to continue to, okay, what worked well with that? And now we need to take that and apply it to these other issues. So again, we've been messaging about school closures since last April, May. It's obviously not gotten out there as well as this. So, okay, what can we do to piggyback on that? So we are looking at that.
Lisa, I also want to commend the district on all the efforts that went into place this year to make it that much more accessible and easier for those forms to get turned in. Had a much more proactive approach, and the communication has been much more transparent because these things have been talked about for not just several months, but several years. And obviously a lot of these things are getting attention right now, but they're things that we are continuing to try and communicate. So really appreciate the staff's efforts to get that information out there and to make these forms more accessible and easier to get turned in.
Thank you. Yes, that is part of our overall campaign to really create more accessible processes and systems for our families and our staff. Thank you. And here you can see the difference that made. So when we look at our 24-25, looking at the budget assumption, so we had 500 less students, but we didn't lose as much in that funding percentage as we would have, because we have that increase in our unduplicated pupil count. And if you look at next year, thinking of that huge swing down, this sounds awful. It sounds not awful, but it's hard to say, oh, we're only down $1 million in revenues. But considering the drop in enrollment, that would have been substantially more. And then if you look, actually, when we get to that third year, it's actually an increase in revenues, even with a decrease in enrollment, strictly because of that increase in the unduplicated pupil counts, because of our families turning those in and helping us to get those percentages increased.
Can I just ask you, these are restricted funds, right? And can you just explain a little bit about that?
Absolutely. So while they're reported in our unrestricted revenues, because that's how they're classified, they do actually have strings attached. And that is that they have to be directed primarily towards students who are generating the funds. So it goes to provide supplemental extra supports for our unduplicated pupils. So for our English learners, our foster homeless, and our low socioeconomic students. The reason that they generate the additional funds is because they need additional resources. That's that difference between equity and equality. So equality is that base funding that we receive for every student, and then the percentage of the high need students, our unduplicated pupils, provides one level for our supplemental grant funding, and then concentration is an extra 50%. So for every percentage above 55% of enrollment there, that is an extra 50% of that base fund. And so it's a huge difference in funding for our sites and providing those additional services to students. Those are the dollars that are required to be identified in our LCAP. That's really important to know, that our LCAP is driving how we spend those supplemental and concentration grant dollars. And you can see right here the difference there. That's that concentration grant difference. It doubled in that third year. Charter schools are not funded on, they don't have the same hold harmless funding. And so our charter schools are all reported in a different fund from our general fund. However, they are dependent. And so when we have shortfalls, that means that the district general fund, if they don't have sufficient funds in their carryover, then it is an impact to the general fund. So in the past, there has been a sweeping of those reserve funds from charters as part of the fiscal stabilization plan to help support the general fund. We are making an effort to be more transparent, clear, and more standardized in the way that we provide charter charges and provide charter services. So there are things that are paid for currently or identified in the district LCAP for services at charter schools. There are also expenditures on the charter side that are not as clear in how we are charging them for administrative fees or their share of maintenance and operations or their SELPA funding and their portion of the contribution for special education. So these are all processes that we're working to clarify as we bring budgets forward in the future. You can see that actually French American Charter had a substantial difference and increase. Accelerated Charter was really pretty flat, came in, I mean, that one doesn't change a whole lot because limited classrooms, it's always the same type of enrollment. You maybe have a couple of students one way or the other in relation to percentage of unduplicated pupils. Additionally to note, we do have, with our charters, we do receive students from out of the area and that or out of the district because there aren't boundaries. It doesn't work the same way. And the percentage of intra-district transfers into, or not actually enrollments into charters versus the inters, so from out of the district into the charters, varies widely between them, but they do bring in students. CCLA had a substantially lower enrollment than projected, and that was mainly concentrated in the 7th and 8th grade non-dual immersion track. And so again, with charters, they are funded on current year, so their funding will be $1.1 million less than what was projected.
Sorry, can you say that again? Where we saw the biggest decrease was in the 7th and 8th grade non-dual immersion track. So essentially that was the piece of CCLA that we kept open to essentially make sure that Cook students, right, that neighborhood students still had an opportunity to participate in their neighborhood school.
Correct. However, those students still have to go through the registration process with the charter. That process is not always clear and easy or necessarily marketed in a way that is clear that the students are necessarily welcomed in that environment. And it's difficult when you're running two programs in this, they're at the same school, but they're really not together. They're really separate. So they're parallel rather than together. And that makes it very, I believe, the feedback that I've heard just anecdotally is that it may not be perceived by the community that that's where they should be enrolling.
I just have another question. With regard to other charters, do we see that same, I mean, it looks like the arts charter, we also see that. Is that
Mhm.
decline similarly in the 7th and 8th grade track?
It is.
Lisa, with these numbers, do we know if we are losing these kids to our middle schools or are they leaving our district?
They are leaving our district for the most part. So what we did see specifically, what we have found is that with the many of the students who would have gone to Cook, who instead are slated to go to Comstock, convenience-wise, as far as routes for parents, they're choosing not to go to Comstock. They're choosing to go to Cotati Rohnert Park because it's just as easy. And so for whatever reason, they are not choosing Comstock as their home school. So those are just the transfer, that's anecdotal transfer data that we're hearing. So when we met with Bellevue last year, when we were looking at our articulation and talking about it, that they're seeing an increase in enrollment. And those enrollments should typically flow to us, and they would often go here to Comstock. We aren't seeing that transfer. They're seeing them when they're transferring the CUME files, they're transferring them based on enrollments to Cotati Rohnert Park.
And do we know how many, do we have any kids in the wait list for CCLA?
That's going to depend on the grade level. So that's one of the things with our charter schools is that the enrollment also is based on the grade level. So we have some grades that are over enrolled, and so there's a lottery, and then others that are under enrolled in their space. And so that's where we do have kids who may be turned away because we don't have space in a particular grade level. And we have a shortage of students and an overage in staffing at another grade level that we then have to transfer those staff to another site.
Do we see that kind of more on the earlier side where the wait list is like kids trying to get into the program and then are
Mhm.
they leaving the district? Are they leaving the school? Like what's happening?
It's a mix. Some of them are staying at their home schools that are in district. Some are staying at their home schools that are out of district. Some are likely on an inter-district. I have to say, I don't know that we have that particular data. Because if they are declined if they aren't selected for the lottery, I don't know that we track the data as far as where they go from there.
So when they are our students, so if it is an intra request to attend, we're able to track where they go. But if it is an inter and they are denied access either because of capacity in one particular grade, we don't have a process of then tracking them back to their home district and asking, where are you going?
I have another question with regard to kind of both CCLA and the arts charter with regards to kids who otherwise would have that be their home school. Is there a way to essentially kind of automatize for kids who are in that neighborhood school area to not have them jump through the charter school application process hoop?
Do you want to?
I'm going to speak to when we originally went through the merger process, and we did try to automatize that a little bit more within the charter renewal at that time. And through the process, it was decided that those students would need to go through an application process the same as other students that would want to attend CCLA. So that was made part of the procedure, that if students that lived in the former Cook boundary wanted to attend CCLA, they would need to apply and go through, if necessary, a lottery process as well.
That's likely due to charter law and the requirement for application and prioritization. So I wasn't here at the time to be able to say so, but I do believe that that would be part of charter law and having to accept all applicants and determining first off of that, and it's the lottery that if if it's full, then you go to the lottery. So it does have to be spelled out in the charter, but I do believe that it's likely tied to charter law.
Well, and I'm just wondering if it's in the charter, would that be addressed in charter renewal? Especially given that this isn't a waiting list or like we're relying on a lottery, right? These are spaces that don't exist. I mean, that exist where kids are not going into them and they're going to other schools outside of their neighborhoods.
Yeah.
So when is the CCLA charter up for renewal?
Is it July of 25?
That would be next.
So let's put that in a parking lot somewhere.
We can make a note to determine with legal counsel what we can word in there, what we can write in there for.
And then in terms of what's happening at the Arts Charter, is that similarly where kids are leaving our district, or are they going to kind of bigger middle schools? Like, I know that that's one of the tough things about the Arts Charter, right? Is the 7th and 8th graders are like wanting to get ready for high school, maybe wanting to leave their tiny, cute elementary feeling place. I mean, sorry, I don't mean to, like, that's my experience. I've heard kids were like, I want to go to a big middle school to get ready for high school. But are they staying in our district?
I have to say, I don't know the data on that one.
Yeah, again, I don't know that we have done and like an exit interview with those students who are choosing to return to their neighborhood schools. And again, so we have the ability to go back and look at the reasons that students go to schools, but we don't have that exit interview so that we can look at longitudinal information about why students choose to leave. It's more of a pull than an exit.
Right. Are we required under the sorry, I'm bouncing back and forth. Are we required under the CCLA charter to create that local application set aside for the non-dual immersion students? Is that a charter requirement or like a charter school requirement? Was that I know there was lots of negotiation essentially about how to keep the parts of Cook that were really grounded in the neighborhood and keep kids who would have otherwise gone to Cook, in that campus, even if it changed into a charter. Given that this is happening, right, that we're not letting kids in at the kindergarten side and having this many kids, right, not present in the 7th and 8th grade. Is that a question for charter renewal in July as well for legal?
We'll take a look at the legal side of that. And not having been here at the time when I've gone back and looked at notes and, minutes and things from when it all happened. And it looked like there was there were different recommendations made from what was necessarily, there were some financial implications
Yeah.
that were projected based
This
on
board
it.
was very conflicted about closing a public school, regardless of our strong support for a dual immersion charter in Spanish.
Yeah.
So I know that we made some decisions to try to retain community feel and a space for kids in that Cook community to feel like they had an opportunity to be part of CCLA. But if the charter application process is frustrating that, then I just really want to make sure that we're looking at that.
We absolutely will.
And if I can attach an ask to this, if there's a way to ask families why they're leaving us, that's information we need to know to get better. So if we're seeing this much of a capacity exiting our campuses, whether they're charter or whether schools, it's just a conversation. doing, why are you leaving? What could we do better? So we know what we can adapt and change to, because ultimately we want to attract and retain good employees and good students. We want good students here going to our schools. And if we got this many leaving, we should know why.
Absolutely. Okay, going to go for a moment to our, sorry, were there any other questions or comments on those? Okay, thank you. Going to, for a moment to take a step back and talk about what our Fiscal Stabilization Advisory Committee does, how it works. So the Fiscal Stabilization Advisory Committee, formerly known as the Budget Advisory Committee, goes back a number of years. And it's made up of teachers, classified, administrators, community members, parents, and they are charged with reviewing what our expenditures are, what our revenues are, and really trying to creatively come up with ways and alternatives to prioritize, just really providing input. They do ask for a lot of information. It's a really committed group. And I have to say this year, they have met, it used to be monthly, and it's been essentially every Monday we've had either a Fiscal Stabilization Committee meeting or a school consolidation committee meeting. The group has just tried really hard to identify what can we do. Are there other areas that we can identify for recommendation for reduction or increasing of revenues to lessen the impact of school closures? And the reality is that when we have lost 3,000 students, across all grade levels, that's the only way to, not the only way, because there are a combination of things, but it can't be met without school closures and right sizing so that we can more focus our resources to provide better services for our students. So the committee has made a recommendation. We had a special meeting of the committee last Thursday to finalize the recommendation to the superintendent. We did talk about that recommendation in cabinet on Monday and finalized Superintendent Dr. Morales's recommendation to the board, which we will get to. So they reviewed budgets, gathered information, here are the dates that we've met in this current year. You can see it's substantial. And normally they would meet for an hour and a half. We have been meeting for 2 to 3 hours at each of those meetings since August. So they've taken their work very seriously. You looked like you had a question, Director Sheffield.
I'm wanting to keep
Okay.
the slide up a little bit longer.
Okay.
I just want people to look at the dates. We had some questions in public comment that made it appear as if this was something that we had just started the conversation.
Yes. And we did meet prior to January in the 23-24 school year. That's just this calendar year's meetings. Thank you. Just a list of our current committee members. We have put it out there in our LCAP budget roadshows that we are looking to recruit parents. Our parents that we had on the committee have actually, their students have graduated. We do have some members or facilitators who also are parents. So we do have some representation in dual roles, but really we are looking for specific parent voice, and we have had some community members reach out about that. And now we get into, yes. Did you have a question?
I was just going back to that last slide around all of the kind of the meetings that we've had. I think I just want to clarify, we have a school consolidation advisory committee as well as a fiscal stabilization advisory committee. And it feels like right now there's a little bit of confusion in our community about which committee is recommending school closures or, and so just, could you speak to a minute about the intersection between those two committees?
Absolutely.
The extent to which the consolidation committee is involved in the fiscal stabilization committee and, yeah, just.
Absolutely. So last year, as part of the fiscal stabilization plan, so the fiscal stabilization committee did recommend that some of the stabilization measures come from school closure, talking about our declining enrollment. At the time of budget adoption, one of the items that was included was the closure, that was a definite recommendation that the superintendent agreed with in her recommendation and that the board adopted as part of the budget was the closure of at least one school. So that one elementary school was assumed in that budget. That's already in our projections. This year, the committee and the committee at that time also included a recommendation that we form a school consolidation and closure advisory committee. That's when we brought in School Services of California. We actually had a several lengthy discussions in the the stabilization committee about how we should go about that process and whether it should be staff, whether it should be somebody local, or whether it should be somebody that was from outside and unbiased, untied to our inner workings and our community so that they would have a that kind of macro view rather than getting into the details of our local politics in making recommendations of how we did this.
Can I also ask you to address our board's leadership role in lifting up the conversation to, I'm sorry, Mr. Christoph, I don't know your last name off the top of my head, questions around district consolidation and making clear to our community that this district actually led in that, lifting up that conversation and asking SCO to really start looking at district consolidation, given the concerns that we definitely raised with not only the kind of substantive curricular concerns that are raised by having 40 districts where we are a very large kind of receiver of all these tiny feeder districts, as well as the fiscal implications of a very top-heavy county educational system.
Yes. Okay. So I will try to align all of those. So the school, so there, and it's really good that we're clarifying when we're speaking of the school consolidation and closure committee, we are only speaking about Santa Rosa City Schools. We are not speaking about consolidation of other school districts. And that is because when we close a school, that's the school closure. But when we are consolidating, that is the merger of schools into either an absorption of, say we were to close one elementary school and merge it with another, there's a consolidation. So that's why it's the closure and consolidation committee. And I know that can be really confusing for our community because school district consolidation is very different. And that's a legal process that we don't have control over at Santa Rosa City Schools. There's the school district did reach out, the board reached out to SCO, our Sonoma County Office of Education, and requested a study to determine that there are several steps in that study to determine if that's a possibility, feasibility, if there's feasibility to move forward with consolidation of districts. And that was specifically to look at all of the districts that have the same footprint as Santa Rosa City Schools and looking at how we could more efficiently provide services, again, to save our taxpayers, to provide a more standardized, set of experiences for local students and families. With that study, there were 3 options presented to the board. One was a we still kept some separate school districts And, that really made the most revenue sense because it took into consideration letting districts that still had basic aid funding, keep that basic aid funding, but still looked at it from, okay, here's how we can still be more efficient versus where we are right now. And the third option, I think, was consolidating all districts within the footprint. That did have an initial cost because of a loss of revenue, but in the long term, it would result in more efficiency and savings in the long term. Something that is not widely understood, I believe, in this process is that it would not be Santa Rosa City Schools absorbing other districts. Santa Rosa City Schools would actually cease to exist as well, as would our board, our administration. It would be an entirely new district that would be formed. And so that's what our board reached out to SCO to explore and asked to move forward with a study of what would that look like.
And I think to better answer the question that Trustee La Cruz posed, it really would take probably the best body to pursue that would be the Board of Supervisors or some other agency that's not us that requests that, because ultimately it has to go to the voters. And at the county level, it's the school, the Committee on School District Organization, which I think Trustee La Torre and Trustee Sheffield are part of. And it's a process that takes a long time. After that period, it's about 5 years or so that it might take. Potential savings were listed as about 44 million, but getting to that $44 million in savings is about a 5-year period of time as well. But it's outside of our scope, but our community could use that. And I think if that's something that we want to see, we need to reach out to like the city council or the Board of Supervisors to lead the effort.
Yeah, so it would take the voters, the local voters, or elect an act of legislation, the state legislature. So that would be another option. There several local school district boards did pass resolutions against consolidation.
I just wanted to make it really clear to the folks in our community that there are kind of separate, at least within our district, separate conversations or committees with distinct responsibilities, but that are engaging in a similar conversation, as well as a process related to district consolidation that kind of sits outside of our control, but we have definitely led on asking for that conversation, asking for that analysis, and then also creating a path for folks who want to continue thinking about increased efficiency and curricular consistency in a much more strategic and efficient way into the longer future.
And I'll just add, the first step towards the process is conducting that study, which we did.
I just wanted to jump back before we went down this road. You had talked about the Fiscal Stabilization Advisory Committee seeking a different set of eyes, and you had mentioned the School Services of California. Can you talk a little bit about that and consulting work that they do around the state and why?
Absolutely. So School Services of California is a group that's what they do, is they only provide guidance to school districts. And one of their, when we have the state budget that comes out, the governor's budget proposal, all of these things, they lead. They are respected as the go-to for training and information related to school finance. Aside from Fiscal Crisis Management Assistance Team, which has kind of a separate role from School Services. School Services puts out guidance and actually does they lead most of the recruitments for chief business official. I mean, that is
Yeah.
their business, is school business.
It's their expertise. So they come in and help districts like ours that are trying to figure this out.
Absolutely. So what they do is they are facilitating the process. They are making sure that although we don't technically meet the definition of a district in fiscal distress
Right.
because we don't have a trustee appointed from the state. But it's still a best practice, according to the California Department of Education, that we look at the criteria and that we follow the process that that all of those criteria that were listed, I think it's 27 or 29, so many different numbers in my head right now, I can't recall which it is. Those are laid out by the state. And that came out as a best practice. They're required for the districts in fiscal distress. That came about because of the debacle that happened in Oakland and the outcry around, the disproportionate impact to marginalized communities and students. That's why that came about. There's an attorney general letter.
Yes, I want to get to that later on when we get to,
to follow these processes, that really is the best practice. And if you look, we actually do include on the school consolidation and closure advisory committee webpage a link to those CDE best practices. And that's the reason that our meetings are structured in the way that they are, in that the first meeting was organizational to lay out the criteria that would be looked at. The data is presented in meetings 2 through 5, broken up into specific categories and sets of information. And then the analysis begins. Each of those data points, it's one piece of data. No one piece of data makes a decision, it is why we are or aren't, looking to make a recommendation to the board. There's not, okay, because a school is ranked as number 1 according to all of the criteria, that doesn't mean that that's the school that would be recommended for closure. It also doesn't mean that the board is going to choose that as a school for closure. It really, that's then in the analysis and discussion piece, that's when it comes down to the local factors. What is important to us as a community? Where are these issues of disparity? How does that all tie into it? And that's the analysis that will begin at the next meeting, which is December 16th. So that will begin there. And then in January, they will begin writing their recommendation, their report. And we have scheduled, and we have a tentative 8th meeting. It should happen in 6 meetings, but we know that with the especially large group that we have brought forward, and that was because our board wanted so much input from a diverse cross-section of our community, wanted a lot of representation. Typically, these committees have between 7 and 11 people. We have 20. We began with 21 because of the commitment of time. One person did drop out. And so it's difficult to get 20 people to come to consensus and to make these difficult choices in their recommendations. They are not, and we clarify this many times for the committee as well as for the public, they are not a decision-making body. They are taking all of the information and making a recommendation. When that then comes to the board may say, okay, we also want this additional information. We also want to hear how this impact happens. So the board will receive the report and the recommendation, and it's not expected that the board would make a decision at that meeting, give you time to sit, think about it, and then make a decision at the following meeting regarding which schools. So just again, through that process, 2 very separate things. The Fiscal Stabilization Advisory Committee has added in the stabilization plan a recommendation for a dollar amount savings to the board, that the board, then we're looking to you as we get into that item to hopefully approve that. But we will be looking to the board between this meeting and the next meeting to provide a little more direction on that to the committee, to the consolidation and closure committee, of what that makeup of schools to get to that dollar amount should look like. So number of elementary schools, number of middle, number of high. So that would provide the committee a much narrower focus rather than saying, okay, it's this dollar amount, now figure out the
That's not- yeah,
combination.
yeah.
With such a large group, there's,
Sure.
it would be unlikely that we would have a recommendation to bring to you. It would
Let's
be,
get to the proposed.
yeah. Okay,
Oh, no.
did that answer? I think I jumped all around on
No,
that
that
one.
was really good information too, I think, to share to, folks that are attending and folks that are watching at home, and make sure that everybody knows that, this is a very thorough process. It really does involve more than just even our community stakeholders. That it
Yeah.
involves, expert analysis, consultants that do this district by district, and that this isn't just happening here.
Yes. Thank
And I
you.
think it's so important also to know that as board members, we are not directing these committees and these meetings. We are waiting for recommendations to come to us so that we can make the best decisions possible as hard as they're going to be. So there's a lot more people involved on putting this work in, and they put a lot of time and work into this. And we're waiting for that information to come to us. So we're better prepared to make decisions that, in all honesty, none of us want to make.
Thank you. So let's start with the revenue recommendations. We're going to kind of break this down for each section of our fiscal stabilization plan. And that is, these are the majority are one-time revenue enhancements. So the SELPA, our special education local plan area, how we pool our special education dollars, does have a redistribution. So some carryover funds that have been voted on by the Superintendent's Council to release back to districts. So we would see a one-time recognition of that actually in the current year. So that will help to offset some costs. And then as we did this last year, we do our dental self-insurance fund is actually doing very well. And so whether that's with staff not going to the dentist or just going to the dentist and not having as much, expensive work needed, we do have some funds that we can redistribute back to our general fund for that. And then in the ongoing, this is actually something at the last board meeting, the board did approve our master agreement for providing special education placement. So spots for other districts to place their special education students here at SRCS for services. We do have roughly 10, I think, right now.
Currently 9 and 10th about to start, and then interest from a few other districts. So there's a chance that will increase a bit. And this is in our extensive support needs programs.
So Lisa, you attributed a quote in the Press Democrat that cuts to special education will not come through cuts to services. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Do you mind if we wait until we get to actually the reduction?
Yes, sorry.
That's okay.
Jumping the gun. I thought we're sitting here talking about special.
I know. You're stealing our thunder now. So essentially, we're being seen, as I mentioned earlier, as a place to bring students. And the way that we can do that is rather than through an inter-district transfer, which transfers the responsibility of that cost from the home district to us, is us contracting as a service to those home districts, and then they still retain the responsibility for the student, the financial responsibility, but we become a partner with them in that. And it helps both districts financially to do so. This is, so reducing our site administrator substitute coverage. So this is the only thing that's specifically called out in one of the categories of administration classified or certificated, and that's only because it's a very specific item. The other items are included in big buckets later, and the specification will come in the phase 2 fiscal stabilization plan. So we'll get into that as we get to each of those, but I wanted to call out why we don't have expenses as far as FTE reductions currently identified in each of those categories. It doesn't mean we aren't reducing, it just means that they're in a big bucket right now. So, but prior to COVID, we did not provide day-to-day substitute coverage for our administrators when they were out. It was covered by another administrator or an admin designee or in, urgent cases through the district office or whatever that may look like. During COVID, it became practice to provide administrator coverage as soon as somebody was out. And so, there were a lot more needs. I can understand that, but that's not the typical practice. It's not a general practice, not only for Santa Rosa City Schools, but in general. There's not usually an administrator brought in for that. So this would be, if we have an administrator who's out for a longer period of time, we would absolutely bring in a substitute. But right now, when we're bringing someone in, they're really providing more supervision rather than actually serving in the role of an administrator. So it's not necessarily the most effective use of our resources. So this would be savings realized by not providing that short-term, day-to-day administrative coverage.
This is just like principals, vice principals, assistant principals, okay.
Correct. And again, it's included in other recommended items. And then get down here. So school consolidation and closure. So through a combination of schools, and this would be in addition, I want to be very clear, this is recommended in addition to the one elementary school that was already included in the last adopted fiscal stabilization plan. So that was included as a budgeted line item of $1.5 million. And so this is an additional $11 million in savings from school closures.
So I think in the past, when that 1.5 million figure was thrown at us, that was the estimated savings, and maybe not even that much savings would occur from the closure of an elementary. Now you're saying it's 11, this recommendation was 11 million plus that, so that's 12.5. So that, simple math, that's what, 8 schools?
Not necessarily. It depends on the makeup of the schools. So an elementary school, the savings would be estimated at, between 1 and 1.5 million per year, because you're not going to even though they cost over $3 million to operate, you're not going to recognize a full savings of that closure, because some of those staff, many of the teaching staff, will need to go to another school site. Many of, you'll still have, textbooks, you'll still have a lot of things that have to go with those kits. So really just a rough ballpark. And we have more detailed information in the information presented to the school consolidation committee, but just a rough ballpark would be to estimate a savings of about 40% of the total operating costs of a school is what you would save in that, that you could count on going forward. Yes.
And just to clarify that, so the 40% of the total operating is what you would actually count as the savings.
Right. So if you have a school that costs $10 million to operate, you would assume, and you closed it, you would assume a $4 million savings for that school site. So you would still retain $6 million in cost, because those services would transfer with those students. You may have to, provide things at that other site.
And the thing that I've been thinking about since I was reviewing this information over the weekend was, is there an accounting of potential increases in costs to the other sites because of these changes?
So that's assumed in there. That's why it's that net. So there are some things like transportation may be an increase. That's, all of those things are things to be taken into consideration.
I had a question, just also thinking about the impact of a school closure on a community. What happens with the physical site? Is that something that we would put up into the private market for sale? Would we see, a demolition of a community school as we're closing sites? Do we just let it sit there? And how might we realize, the true asset of the school, the site, the land, if we are in fact closing it? Do districts tend to just hold it and fingers crossed that people start making more babies? Like what?
It's a variety of things. Those are great. Those are great questions. And it's a variety of things. And so it will depend on the school site. And that's actually, so there's a process for that. Part of it comes with identifying other district uses or other potential joint facility uses, or, there's a number of things that we would look at internally first. And then if we don't know what to, after all that dust has settled from what we recommend, and the board says, yes, we want to do this or that, we're going to move this there, we're going to bring this partner in, whatever that may look like. An example would be, say, right now we have our special education preschool, split between Leela and Steel Lane. If there were to be an elementary school, or which, not if, that we already know elementary is, however many schools that is, we don't know. We know it's at least one. That could be repurposed rather than constructing a new site, that it would take very little to rehabilitate or modernize an elementary school to accommodate specifically an early childhood education center. That would not be a costly endeavor. That would be a great use. We have, there are joint things that we do with the city, with Parks and Rec. There are a number of things. Staff housing is something that's a big push from the state and that we have seed money for. Those are things that can be, there's been a change in law about how you use school sites to make that happen. So there's a lot of different things that we could look at internally. And then if the likelihood is there would still be additional surplus properties, there's another committee that's formed, and it's called a district advisory committee, and it's 7-11 committee. And so 7 to 11 committee members, and they look at it and they make a recommendation to the district, to the board, on what to do with that site, whether it should be surplused and sold or whether it should be held on to. They would make that recommendation. Ultimately, the board makes a decision on that. And then from there, if it's sold or leased or whatever, those proceeds from facilities have to go back into facilities. They don't go back into the general fund. There have been times when the state has had, during the recession and the recovery afterwards, they did have some flexibility around that. And they did allow you to use as a one-time measure those facility funds to stave off cuts in your general fund. It's not the case right now. It's back to only being able to be used for facilities. But that's a great way to augment our bond funds and our state reimbursement funds for modernization.
Again, looking at this F2, the 8 million in staffing reductions, right? Again, using the simple $100,000 figure, that would be about 80 people. Looking at the data you showed us earlier, I think it was like the enrollment decrease since 2012 to now versus the hiring. And I think, if I recall correctly, it was about 16% reduction in enrollment, while simultaneously, I think we increased our staffing by about 33. And I think when I did the math, it was about 195 less employees that we should have to maintain that same ratio. When I saw this figure of 11 million I didn't realize that it was on top of the 1.5 million, which I should have, but seems excessive, like more shocking than I expected. And I know that the direction that we give today is going to go to that consolidation committee to determine how many schools they need to close. And I think, I don't like it, but I really think this F2 line should be higher and that F1 should be lower.
So if I can address that, it's actually because some of the savings for staff is included in that F1. Because you are going to have some staff that's at the site level that would not be reemployed at add another site. Not that, and I shouldn't say it in that way, that if a site closes, then it's those staff that are gone. It's actually based on seniority and all of those things when you're talking about classified and certificated staff. So that's why you do realize, because the majority of our costs of operating a site are staff. If you, tonight we won't pull it up, but if anybody's interested in looking at the school consolidation and closure committee presentation from Monday, it does break down what just the physical operations are for each school site. It's actually very low. It's not what you would think that it is, because the majority of the costs at a site are also staff. And so that 11 million, a good portion, a
When
substantial
you say good
portion of it.
proportion, what are we talking about here?
I can't say off the top of my head. I
Okay.
can pull it. Do you want to pull the, sorry, just a moment. Do you want to pull the school consolidation presentation up, and we might be able to take a look at that?
Don't mean to stump you on this. It's just.
I mean, I think just hearing that, like, I really don't like that in terms of the data presentation, because now I can't really tell, okay, how many people we might have to cut. I feel like the understanding that I received before with the 40% was they didn't cover staff. So now I'm like, okay, I don't get it. And it's not clear to me in this information.
It didn't cover teaching staff. So it's, there's still, you're not going to have a duplication of administration needed at that consolidated site. You're not going to have a duplication of the, necessarily the clerical staff or all of the clerical staff at that new site. Your custodial staff is going to be less. You may have to transfer, you may absorb some of them, but not the majority. There are changes that come from that at the district level related to support to that site, because of the way that we do our, a lot of our staffing and budgeting. It's not all captured in those site costs, and this is only the savings to our unrestricted site funds. It's not including the restricted that would be saved as well. So that's all that we're looking at on here. For our fiscal stabilization plan, these are large buckets. And I do want to share that we did talk through these buckets and our estimates with SCO to make sure that this would meet their requirement for fiscal stabilization for our first interim budget, having the large buckets like this, and that we know that whatever this comes out to in actuality, when we get to reductions in February, for those March 15th notices, that this is the minimum as a combination between these things. So the actuals, whether it's in school closure or whether it's in the budget that's actually recognized at the district level, wherever that, it's the catalyst for much of that is based on the school closure, because there's the support services that come along with that. Don't know if that clarifies.
Okay, so you're saying that in this 11 million, that includes certificated? No.
No, it does not. It does not include most teaching staff.
Oh, it does not include certificated.
Correct. It's the other staffing, the administration, the classified, the support staff that, tie into that. It also would include some of the supplies there, that would include your operations costs. So the plant operations as far as utilities, things like that. Sorry, go ahead, Joel.
Okay.
I can add a comment. School Service California worked with us on these, and they kind of defined it as the items that would not travel with the students to their new locations, if that helps.
And I think that this is probably going to come to us one more time before, like in December, right? The final version?
So what we are asking for tonight, what we are looking for is actually approval of the fiscal stabilization plan so that we can create the first interim budget based on these assumptions.
And then
Okay.
after this board approves this plan is when our advisory committees, our fiscal advisory committee or school consolidation committees kind of get to work on implementing essentially these approved buckets.
Essentially, yes, it would be that we would then take this because we haven't adjusted, well, we've adjusted the revenue side because we've been able to see that, pretty readily. We haven't made adjustments yet on the expenditure side for first interim to say, where are we tracking? This would give us the guidance to be able to say, okay, when we are making those adjustments on our expenditure projections, we know roughly how much to reduce in projected salary costs in the big bucket areas, not in the specific line items of what's classified certificated administration, because that's the stuff that's really going to depend on how all of this is finalized in more detail. So talking about timeline, fiscal stabilization plan, the information from this goes into the first interim budget report. From there, we have to then finalize the details of which schools, the school consolidation committee, and we know that the number of schools and the makeup of that won't come until the next meeting. That's okay, because the next meeting happens before they meet. I mean, it'd be great if we walked away with, okay, it's this many elementary, middle, and high tonight. I don't think that the board is ready to do that. I mean, that's up to you to ultimately to decide, but I wouldn't come here and expect that you're going to hear this number for the first time
Sure.
and be ready to come back with that.
And then I think you'd brought up a date for incoming trustees to be onboarded to this process as well. So I see some here, in
Yes.
attendance. So.
Another big bucket item that I think we should also consider, something that someone said here a while back, which is, using one of a potential vacant building, because we haven't made any decisions, as a district office. And I like to see something like that also reflected in this as we move forward. I mean, that could save us, potentially quite a bit, as we move the district office into a vacant building.
So we can bring that information back to the board so that you can see what that comparison looks like. One of the things that I do want, that we have run some numbers on, and ultimately it will be up to the board to decide which direction we move with it. But it may not actually save the district money out of the general fund. It could potentially cost the district money in the general fund to do that. Because if you look at a new building of, a new construction, you're looking at about $1,000 a square foot for office space to give everything that you would need. To modernize a school, it would take $750 a square foot to make those changes. And then you also don't have the new efficiencies that you would have in a new building, and you're rehabilitating and maintaining an old building. So then you're actually spending money on that piece and not having that piece of property to be able to sell to then put back into your other facilities. So when you look at it, it may or may not make sense in that respect. So that's information that we can absolutely bring back.
Great.
So yeah, we've done some analysis, but ultimately it will be up to the board to make that decision.
Thank you.
So going back to F2.
Yes.
I'm curious, is this primarily focused on classified staff? Because I know certificated staff have a lot of ratios within their contracts.
So this is a combination. It is not a specific that we've done the full analysis on. This is saying we need to realize at least $8 million in staff reductions aside from what comes from school closure. So when you look at that, that's likely, a big portion will be support services in one way or another, whether that's a combination, and that will be a combination of classified, certificated, and administrative that are not connected to the school.
And so a lot of that will have to be negotiated.
No, this would
No.
not be within the negotiated piece of it.
So ratios won't have to be negotiated?
No,
Okay.
those apply more to the school site. So that's where you see some of those savings there. No, so I wouldn't say that the majority of the 8 million would be negotiated. We will have to negotiate for any positions that are classified that are laid off. We would have to negotiate the impact of those layoffs. So if there's work that needs to be redistributed or that won't be done, what does that look like? That's the piece that gets negotiated. Or if we were to make reductions of say a full-time position to a half-time position, that would have to be negotiated, making that reduction.
And the other question I have on this, I know we need to approve this to give direction to the committee, but also to provide a plan for SCO by December 15th.
Mhm.
And I'm curious how, like, are we then stuck in stone on that, or we could change as long as we balance our budget afterwards?
So actually, we had a conversation, Joel and I, with Greg Medici from the Sonoma County Office of Education the other day about what happens at first interim with this. What is the plan? Are we expecting to have a positive certification, a qualified certification? What does this look like? And essentially what it means is that if the board adopts the plan and commits to making these reductions, as long as the amounts total the same, we know that as we get to the specifics, we may have a little bit more in one area and a little bit less in another. But between the combination of these items, that's where we have the opportunity to refine as we go into the second interim budget. At the second interim budget, and fiscal stabilization phase 2 is the more detailed. That would provide what FTE for certificated, what FTE for classified, what FTE for site administration, what FTE for district administration. All of those would have to be spelled out with specific dollar amounts tied to them rather than this broad plan. The SCO is very, they have commended our district on the movement towards ratios and standardization, setting those paths or guidance for as we increase or decrease in enrollment, making sure that we're continuing to right size and plan for the future to create that long-term stability. They don't have concerns with us saying that it's this and that, as long as that combination, when we get to the detail, meets the expectation. They would be supportive of a positive certification at first interim, provided the board adopts and commits to making the reductions that align to these amounts. Doesn't have to be specifically, because the school closure, for one thing, is going to be a combination. There's the FTE haven't been identified, or which positions, what that would look like. That won't actually be identified until we get to the specifics in phase 2. The other thing that we want to message very clearly is this is painful. It is going to be extremely painful for our staff, our students, our community, our families, for us. It's going to impact us substantially. What comes to the board in February are preliminary layoff notices along with the fiscal stabilization plan. It's preliminary notices that will need to be more than what will actually need to be reduced. And I think that's really important to know ahead of time. And we've had these conversations with labor partners that we expect there to be recommendations for more reductions than we will actually need, because we won't know at that time which sites will need to be, by the time that when we have to bring the layoffs forward, we will have to look at our ratios based on a district-wide calculation for each grade level, for number of administrators, for all of that. And so we know, because once we hit March 15th, we can't add to it. So we can pull back, we can say, okay, here's the maximum of what we would need to do. And then as we actually get more information, we can pull that back. That is never the way that we like to move forward and make recommendations. That's painful, it's uncertain, it creates a lot of distrust. We don't like to do that, so we really want to message very clearly that we know that we will be recommending more layoffs than what will actually be needed, because we can't change our mind afterwards to add to it. We can call back all the way until May is when we have the finalization.
So that March 15th deadline is what I was just
Yeah.
thinking about before you started talking about it.
Yes.
And I'm curious as to, so the recommendation from the consolidation committee to us would be coming, what, that first meeting in February, maybe February 12th?
That would be the recommendation. And we wouldn't expect that the board, I mean, it would make our lives much easier if the board was ready to accept, or take action at that committee meeting, at that board meeting. We wouldn't expect that that's how it would go. Knowing that the board is going to need time to digest that information, that there will be a lot of public comment, no matter what recommendations are made and what decisions are made by the board. A large contingent of our community are going to be upset. That includes staff, students, families. These are not easy decisions. They're not recommendations that are made lightly. I know they are not decisions taken lightly by the board.
And then that second meeting in February is when we would approve the pink slips per se. Okay.
That's what we would expect that is really I hate to say it in this way, but the drop dead timeline for us to be able to implement for 25, 26. We want to have as much messaging and notice and planning time available for our families as possible.
And assuming that we adopt this recommendation presented to us today, what is the message given to the consolidation committee in terms of like, okay, you need to close X amount of schools? What would be that?
So that is something that we would need from the board. I can provide you with some estimates that were given and shared with our fiscal stabilization committee. They felt that it was more appropriate for them to recommend a dollar amount and for the board to choose the makeup of the schools, or for the consolidation committee to choose that. I did run a scenario that we just provided as information that we can pull up. And let's see here. Sorry, here, let me, did you have, I wasn't sure if there was something in particular. If you give me just a moment, I can stop sharing and pull that up for you if you like. If you don't mind, let's actually go through the rest of the stabilization plan first. So we can address the other question about special education, get to that bottom line, what that looks like, and then we can pull up the additional information before you make a decision. So one thing that we did not move forward, that the superintendent in our conversations in cabinet chose to table for the time being, is switching to an opt-in rather than an opt-out for mailing. And that's because there's some really great things that we want to potentially try with our families that may actually, we may not realize the savings. It may be about the same cost. So that was removed as coming forward as a recommendation. So just so you see that there, we wanted to make sure that the committee saw that it was moved forward and it was removed, and there's the why for it. Okay. So then as we get to the next section, which is aside from staffing and school items, I'll go ahead and specifically, we wanted to group these in categories so that it made sense when it came to the board. And this is information that's coming out of our special education study and John's work there to identify very thoughtfully areas that would be impacted, if you want to speak to that.
Sure. We've had a number of recommendations that have come out of the special education study. And I believe there will be a board presentation at some point in the future on that by Dr. Gillespie. Some are potentially nearer term savings and some are a bit longer term, but I'll review the ones on this page quickly. One is to review student IEPs to determine if students are still eligible for special education. Frequently, these are students who are receiving speech services for multiple years into high school, et cetera, and they may be able to be served outside of the special education. So that's one example. The second, little, again, savings next year, as has been mentioned many times before, we have a large number of placements, both with SCO and non-public schools. I think my last figure was over 180 students, 187. And we are making efforts to bring a number of those students back. The current SCO placements cost $104,000 per student, and non-public schools, I would say $75,000 to $100,000, depending on the student. So if we're able to bring some of those back, part of it is by the expansion of our current programs and developing a greater continuum such that we can bring those students back. Thirdly, the number of contract aides. And we have a large number of classroom and one-to-one aides that we contract with outside agencies for. And as we've moved through the year, we have a better idea of what the staffing needs are in various classrooms. Now, I will say by contract, we have certain staffing ratios in preschool, TK, K, and 1 that has to be met per contract. And then what we're looking at, and I believe we have in the neighborhood of 46 program classrooms and then a number of site SDCs. Looking to see where we can most efficiently staff in areas where we're potentially overstaffed and so forth. And so we can become more efficient and effective in our use of contract aides without reducing services to our students with disabilities. Lastly, there are again, some longer term savings that are potentially recommended by our special education study, taking a look at transportation, taking a look at our processes and procedures for attaching one-to-one aides and moving away from that model to different kinds of support that are serve our students just as well and probably better in many ways because they encourage student independence, yet at the same time can realize some potential cost savings in those areas.
One of the things to keep in mind too, as we were looking at our populations when we started the special education study, is we actually have while our percentage of enrollment in special education compared to general education has increased, the number of special education students has decreased. And so these services, from these outside agencies should decrease in accordance with that as well.
Can you give me, I'm sorry, can you give me a number of students that this will be accounted for? Because I was trying to do some basic, arithmetic here, and it sounds like between 15 to 25 students that we need to identify, especially on MPS, non-public schools, and other services.
With respect to the out-of-district placements?
Right, exactly.
Yeah. I think I almost want to say I think we're targeting in the neighborhood of 25, 30 students, et cetera, that we feel we have a program and that we can offer the student in a less restrictive setting on a comprehensive campus. And ideally, I'd like to see more than that. Some of the students also include students from that are being currently served by SCO. We're in the process of doing observations of the students working with the non-public schools and SCO to most likely next year to transition them back to the district. So I'm optimistic that those numbers will be accurate.
Okay, so then I'm thinking, that's about a special ed class, right? Do we have the support services or the scaffolding that those students will need
So-
for a self-landing?
So that's a great question, because if we brought back 25 students, depending on the age level, we're talking 2 classes. If they're fairly high need
Right, that's
students
true.
and 12 students, and depending on the level of need, a teacher and 3 classroom assistants, 2 classroom assistants, depending. So the obvious conclusion of that is we would have to increase staff somewhat in those areas to be able to support those students.
And that's not shown in here, right? Yet.
We would expect there to be a net savings of this
Of
dollar.
that,
Yeah.
okay.
Yes,
All right, thank you.
thank you.
John, do you mind speaking with a little more clarity to F4? A lot of our families get a little nervous when we start talking about exiting students out of IEPs. If it's seen as a financial burden, those students have qualified for those services are working. I got an A on the test, that doesn't mean I need to exit out of my IEP now. So can we just communicate the thoroughness of what that process actually looks like so the community can hear what our steps are and how we're going to align to ensure we're properly serving our students?
Absolutely. So it requires a thorough analysis of the IEP, how successful the student is being. And as you pointed out, it's not simply in terms of grades, whether they have a need in that particular area anymore and would be able to be successful without those specialized supports. Not an easy decision, not an instant decision. In addition to exit a student, it's required that there be formal assessment of the student. So there would be a reevaluation process as well with, again, it could be psychoeducational testing depending on the disability or speech language, et cetera. And then as a team decision, and that includes parents at the IEP meeting as well, would determine whether the student currently has a need that needs to be met through special education. It would not be the case of scheduling an IEP meeting and instantly exiting the students.
And can you speak a little bit more about what you're talking about with speech therapy in high school and how that might work better with an outside?
Sure. So one issue, and this is not simply in Santa Rosa City Schools, is speech services. Sometimes you'll see students in speech services for multiple years. And a question arises whether they still have a need for that service after being in 5, 6, 7, 8 years. And in addition to that, you'll have sometimes at the high school level, there'll be students who are qualified under speech language and are receiving support services in other areas. That is specialized academic instruction, counseling, et cetera. Now, perhaps they have a need in those areas that need to be met, but we always need to look at, can those needs be met in through the general ed process? For example, counseling, we have a general ed counseling, et cetera. And it's our obligation. It's not just a fiscal question, but it's our obligation under the law to serve students in the least restrictive setting. That is the most general ed-like setting that we can. And in addition, I want to mention one more piece that was recommended in our special education study is that we develop more robust tier 2 systems so that we can serve students before getting to special education or after exiting from special education, that they can receive those services in a general education setting.
Thank you.
And just to follow up, in terms of exiting students from IEPs, we thought about maybe, doing 504s as another soft landing, since 504s are general ed.
Yeah, yes, exactly. And yeah, in many cases, the student still has some need or needs some support, but there may be I'm putting scare quotes here, which you can't see, but there may be a non-special ed way of supporting the system. Part of that, I think we need to develop more robust systems in Santa Rosa City Schools from school to support them. And a 504 plan in some or many instances may be a more efficient, better way to support the student in a general education setting.
Thank you.
And I cannot express enough how important it is that if we go through any of these processes, how vital it is that we maintain family engagement and proper education, that those families know their rights for their students. The onus is on us as the educators to make sure that's provided. So we go through any of these processes, how important that really is.
I want to underscore this. I'm going to, if I may, reflect a conversation I had with Dr. Morales a little bit ago, and I think this came from a point from the board, and we were talking with respect to meetings in which there's an interpreter, EL families, et cetera. But I think in all IEPs, really trying to educate families as to what their rights are. As those of you who've been through an IEP process, typically parent rights are handed out to the parent. Do you want to review them? Parent typically says, no, we're fine. We want to encourage our teams to develop more resources for parents such that they can make, and your point is that so that they can make informed decisions and support their student in the process. And as another point, one of my program managers and I are starting on a process to develop some easy to read, some videos and so forth, particularly geared towards EL parents and the special education process so that they can meaningfully engage in that process. And again, because it's about informed consent, know how we are serving their student. If they feel comfortable with the student being exited or not, that is their right.
Trustee La Cruz?
Thank you. Earlier, you talked about the efforts to reconcile and to ensure that charter schools were paying their fair share with regard to special ed. Is that included in these numbers, and how?
I would say no, it is not yet included in these numbers.
And
We have somebody look into
Yes.
that noise.
It would likely be recognized in the revenue side of the equation.
okay, excellent, thank you.
Mhm.
And do we have any estimates on what that amount? Okay,
Not yet, and we'll kind of talk about that in a little bit based on some changes that we expect in our challenges.
thank you.
Thank you. And just to revisit the answer, thank you, Joel, for looking it up. The savings of that 40% that we would expect to save in a school closure, about 85% of that 40% would be in staffing. So really only about 15% of the costs of operations are actually plant operations.
One more point I'd forgotten to mention again, we are basically mandating for IEP meetings when we have a translator, an interpreter, and an IEP meeting that we extend those about 30 minutes. So if an IEP meeting would be typically 1 hour, one where we have to have an interpreter or translator at the meeting to extend those to 1.5 hours. And then similarly, if it's a 2-hour meeting, et cetera, that we need to build that time in because again, that's that same point. We are not educating and allowing our parents to be meaningfully engaged and really dig in to make sure that they understand the process, et cetera.
Continue.
Okay. So this is just the 3-year, and we realized that Joel and I were just having this conversation that we realized we indicated on the one, on that detailed savings that C, D, and E are, B, C, D, E, and E are really included in F, but we didn't make that notation on these where it says 0. Those are really included in those larger numbers. They're just, it was called out on the prior slide, so I wanted to clarify that we didn't call it out on this one. So what this helps us get to, and if you notice that total there, so in the current year, we would look at $2 million that we believe that we can recognize between savings and one-time and increased revenues. That would be reflected in first interim along with our other updates to see where we had savings. So we know that we had positions we didn't fill because we transferred to adjust to that lower enrollment status. So we'll have to, as we get closer in here, we'll be able to identify what our current picture looks like for first interim. We would then also project, this would be between revenue enhancements and Expenditure reductions, we are projecting just under 25 million for the 25-26 fiscal year, and carried that forward because the majority of these reductions are ongoing. So what that does with us making ongoing reductions, it means that we aren't back here every year trying to identify short-term solutions. It means that we are working our way towards truly a sustainable budget. This does give us some room that we would be coming back with a recommendation to the board in December to begin to get some direction for negotiations as well. So this does provide us with at least that option to begin discussions. And 3-year savings, so the total over the 3 years of approximately $53 million projected.
Let me ask you a question here. So in B, subtotal certificate administration, are we talking about a one district or a one position at the district level? Are we talking about multiple administrative, positions here?
B, the number reflected there is strictly from not providing day-to-day subs for administration.
So that came from the subs?
Yes.
So are we reflecting any sort of cuts for administration?
Yes, the cuts for all of those categories would be recognized in that F1 and F2. So back here, the school consolidation and closure and implementing staffing ratios.
And the $11 million?
Yes, the
Okay.
11 million and the 8 million. So combined $19 million.
And that also includes district levels?
Absolutely.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
So current status, should we meet, should this plan meet with your approval, it would provide us the fiscal means to close the gap for the 25, 26 and 26, 27 year. We do have issues that we still have to address, which would be completing our unaudited actuals and getting updated numbers. We have unsettled negotiations still for the current year with classified, confidential, and supervisory, as well as Teamsters. We have uncertain education funding in California. We don't know what's going to happen based on recent elections, changes that may happen. Plus, we have a volatile funding system in our state for education. We still continue to deal with declining enrollment. What we provided assumes that we've hit the majority of our enrollment decline. That's one of the things that we will have to address in first interim in updating our projections for savings and for revenues is what would school closure and consolidation mean as far as going forward with enrollment? What percentage of students will we lose? Because we know that we will lose some students when we go through this process. It is likely that does happen. We have to be as strategic as we can. We can't plan for everything, but we do have to include some projections in there for that. Looking at the cost and revenues from the universal transitional kindergarten program. So about, determining, okay, are we seeing a growth in that area? Are we projecting growth or not? STRS and PERS increases, as well as for second interim, we won't be including anything in first interim because there's nothing known to be able to include yet. But we do know that there will be a change in our SELPA funding allocation. So that's something that we won't know until February. So we can't include an estimate in first interim. It's just something to be aware of for our future planning.
To what extent are our projections also including the uncertainties with this new federal administration? We have somebody who used to head up a wrestling federation who's going to now be our, unless the Senate has something to say about it, Secretary of Education. Like, what are there conversations happening statewide around the uncertainty created by this new administration?
We do not yet have guidance on what we should be including for that. What we can do is we could run a second scenario of if we lost federal funding, what that would look like. I would not want to include that as our actual projection because we really don't know yet. That guidance will come out likely as part of if there's to be guidance around it, it would come out as part of the governor's budget proposal in January. So we would expect to hear that information in, as we're coming forward for second interim. I am attending the CBO symposium the next 2 days with CASBO. And so there may be information, usually capital advisors and school services and FICMAT provide updates on what we're expecting to come down the pike. I did see that the LAO financial forecast just came out. I have not gotten to read that yet. Came out right before this meeting. So lots of things to look at and consider. And I know CSBA is coming up and there will be, I'm sure, information for the board at that as well.
Lisa, you mentioned something about knowing we're going to lose students if we go through this process. And have we had a chance to look at any data from other districts that can kind of give us a sense of if we close this site, how many students we may lose? Because the reality is the younger we lose a student, the longer they're not in our district and they're not coming back. So if we, talking about the middle school students we lost, if they're going to other districts, they're not coming back for our high schools more than likely.
There are several things that we don't know the impact of yet, such as what happens with charter schools when they renew, including our own, that are potentially located in, across district boundaries. There are lots of things. We can look at what happened when we closed Doyle Park and when we closed Cook to see what that percentage was that we saw as a reduction. There are things that we can look to. It will always be a guesstimate and it's going to depend on a number of factors. So we will do our best to provide that information. There are so many different combinations. We can't plan for all of them.
So, okay, you've given us a lot of information. Been doing numbers as you've shared more and more information. So just in closures of schools, 12.5 million. You said that's, so basically that's the 40% savings. So I calculate that to be $31,250,000 of operating costs that we would have to shut down to obtain those savings. But of that, 40%, 85% is staff, which in essence means we're just saving 6% because that 85% is 34% of the 40. So that means there's 6% that's non-staff, right? You said
The
that
majority,
correct?
so when you think of our budget and our costs, our budget is made up of 77% of our budget is staff. And it would normally be higher than that, but because we have so many contract staff, specifically in special education and some of our, just providing support, that number should be closer to 80%. So just thinking of any time that we're talking reductions, we have very little room outside of staff to make any assumptions.
And so the point that I'm getting at is at that 6% of those total savings, only just under 2 million will be non-staff savings.
Yes.
And thinking to, someone commented about, all this development happening, I think in like Hidden Valley area, and there's a ton in all of South Santa Rosa, and thinking about the future and the decisions that we're making have long-term impact. And, once we start, I don't doubt that at some point we're going to start seeing growth. I'm really thinking that it makes most sense to focus on, well, we're going to be doing a lot of staff cuts here, but focusing more on staffing cuts without doing as much school closure?
So the issue with that is that we have already staffed the schools that we have at the ratios to provide. That's why we have so many combo classes. The more that we keep schools open and spread out the small number of students, you have more combination classes, you have additional support services that you have to duplicate at multiple sites. It's not, we've already made many of those reductions. There's not a lot more to do at the site level that is going to have enough of a financial impact to right size our district to be responsive. And those numbers that we looked at for the projections, those do include the information on, so our demographers did talk to the city and look at permits and plans and what was expected. That was included in that. And our numbers have actually come in lower. They've been more aligned for the district as a whole, as far as where we had some sites that did come in higher, but as a whole, our district came in lower. We haven't seen the number of students generated from the housing that we have seen in the past, and that has to do with lower birth rates. It has to do with larger single-family homes that are more often purchased by families that have fewer children compared to typical, when we look at the number of students generated, and I hate to say it in that way, but if I'm going to speak to, the things that our demographers have talked to us about, it's a difference in generation rates of students, of children, of school age from different types of housing. And so it's essentially 10 times the number of students from a low-income housing tract that were to go in a multifamily low-income housing or affordable housing community compared to single-family homes in, that are maybe 2,000 to 3,000 square feet. You're going to see a huge difference when you look at the number, the population per square foot or per dwelling. That's what we are seeing. That's what our developer fee study was based off of, what our demographer study included in those projections, the low, medium, and high numbers. The other thing to keep in mind, and yes, we will always see booms and busts in relation to population. One of the things, the way that the state works, is that if we have classroom capacity available, we have to use it before they will give us funding. If we don't have classroom availability, they will provide funding for us to build it. So that's, the more that we consolidate, we may actually be able to not only focus our funds, but in the future when, maybe in 10 years, if we do start to see an increase again, that would actually generate money from the state to be able to add on to those sites that we have.
The other question is around the direction to the consolidation committee around the schools that are near faults. Like, aside from the French American, what are those schools and what is the information given around that?
Absolutely. So we actually are in the process. We've selected dates with the principals to be able to come out and have community information nights at each of the additional 3 sites. So what happened is in this last year, they remapped the Alquist Priolo zone, so the fault line, and we have restrictions within building code specific to schools and education code of we cannot improve, rehabilitate, or build within 50 feet of an active fault line. An active fault line is considered anything that has been, where we cannot definitively prove that there hasn't been an earthquake on that fault line in at least 11,000 years. So, yes, and so the The French American site, there's been a lot of development around there. And so we know a little bit more that the likelihood of us digging a trench and being able to say, oh, yeah, we have, enough of the site that we could build on or do improvement on, that we could put money in there, is next to zero. The other sites, we don't know that much about. We will be bringing our specialists, our experts with us to those community meetings. They're actually coming to meet with Cabinet on December 2nd, and we would be happy to bring them here to the board as well, to talk about what that is. I can't say with any certainty what that looks like at each of our sites. It will depend on where it appears that fault line would be going to determine what portion or percentage of those sites could be buildable or be available for rehabilitation. The issue with French American compared to, say, I'm just going to say Hidden Valley, for example, is that Hidden Valley has facilities that are in better condition already. It wouldn't take as much to do something there versus if we did find a very small sliver on French American to be able to do something there, it would cost much more because of the condition, because we haven't been able to invest any money there in the 10 years that we've known about this issue. A different site like Brook Hill has the majority of portable buildings. That would be substantially more in cost to do something there if there's an impact from the Alquist Priolo zone. We just don't have the data yet. And so the School Consolidation and Closure Committee would love to have direction from the board on how to treat those remaining 3 sites, as far as whether they should recommend those as closure or not, based strictly on the fault potential. But I feel like we need more information, that we can't give a recommendation to the board on how to treat those other sites yet until we have a little more information from our experts. So if the board would like us to invite them for the 11th, if that works with Dr. Morales and with their schedule, we could certainly ask them to come in and provide information.
Before I pass it on to trustee Sheffield, I think me personally, you're using this matrix that rates schools based off whatever, and I think that should be something that is a rating that adds to that for those schools. But trustee Sheffield?
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to the demographer part of the discussion and conversations. And, I say it again and again, that declining enrollment is happening, regionally, statewide, nationally. And the leading cause is the birth rates that you had brought up. And we're just at a decline since 2008, a steady decline. And that birth rates per year are the lowest since when I was a kid, and the data that I pulled from EdSource was between 2013 and 2022, census snapshot, the national birth rate decreased by 14%. So even though you might see growth in housing starts in Santa Rosa and Sonoma County, you might try to gauge and figure out where populations will concentrate. It doesn't change the fact that we have this declining birth rate and that is the leading cause. And that's the reason why school district after school district they're facing this. And if it's not this year, it'll be next year. It'll be the following year. The largest school districts are being impacted now. That's what's going on in San Francisco, right? And it's a tough reality. And the sooner we have these difficult conversations, the more that we engage the public on it and trying to figure out, as you say, right size the reality, then we can get ahead of the problem. And we can do a twofer. We can do exactly what we're doing, is planning ahead so that we actually have a sustainable budget instead of really going paycheck to paycheck.
Yeah.
There was more that I wanted to say, but I can't remember.
Lisa, we talked a lot about ratios. We got a lot of information on it. I really appreciate that. Can I ask you to please speak to the public that continues to be frustrated with, we'll make all the cuts at the district level and leave the teachers alone? The reality is there's not enough money there, but can you speak to professionally that we really are trying to trim wherever possible? And unfortunately, nobody's safe in any of this?
Yes, that is absolutely true. We are, we've had the conversations with our leaders in each of our departments that we have to, the work that you see on that ongoing where it says this is not a recommendation at this time. And that's because we are really looking, okay, what is it that we can do? What should we have? And then also having the discussion that in the short term, we may not even be able to staff at what the recommended ratios are. We may have to make do with even less for a little while until we are able to get to a sustainable point. That's the reality. And that's not, strictly at the site. Those are the conversations that we are having at the district office about how do we do things differently? What systems can we implement to be more efficient so that long-term we don't need as many people? And not because we don't want to have our people are amazing, but maybe we can provide some other opportunities for them to be at a school site. Maybe we can, what does that look like? How do we, grow our footprint? How do we get more kids in? And then maybe we can add later. What does that look like shifting up and shifting down? That's one of the reasons that we didn't include only decreasing in enrollment. It's because what does happen in those future years if something changes. So yes, it's absolutely across the board. We're having very difficult conversations. I think Dr. Morales may want to speak to a conversation that she had.
Well, yes, we're having conversations at cabinet level in terms of restructuring and making, difficult conversations and having to cut positions to be more alignable. And I also wanted to remind everybody that a lot of people don't know that we are two districts. So technically, we're an elementary district and a high school district, which means that at the district office, we have to produce, or better yet, the team has to produce the same double number of reports. So if in a normal district, you might have 111 reports, and I'm naming some numbers from my previous district, we had about 111 fiscal reports or compliance reports that we had to do. In our school district, you have to double that number because they have to be submitted for independently to the state for wherever they fall. So even though it might seem like we have more people, we technically run two districts. And so that does take more time because the numbers have to be crunched, the reports have to be prepared as well as submitted. But yes, we're having difficult conversations to restructure all departments and making sure that we're more efficient and effective in how we serve students. Our big call, and I know the board is working on my goals for the coming year as well as in the next 2 to 3 years, and systems development is at the top of that list. I've also heard that request. I've actually been begged in terms of SRTA and CSEA having us have systems that make us more efficient, more effective, and more transparent.
What about to maybe answer a question from the public about the temporary district office? What about the costs associated with that? I mean, if we were to, let's just say we close that district office and everybody started working out of a storage unit or their car or something. Yeah, I'm just putting that cost, what kind of savings are we talking about compared to?
I believe that's
budget
coming from the
holders?
bond, so it wouldn't save us anything, but I'll let Lisa speak.
Yeah.
That is correct. It wouldn't save anything on the general fund because it is coming from bond. It's part of the overall budget for the district office project because it is temporary housing for us.
Okay.
So we would have the utility costs regardless. Those utility costs are actually included in our lease. So it would actually, when you look at it from that respect, it would actually be an increase to the general fund cost. So I know it's counterintuitive.
It's counterintuitive, but but it answers the
it's the
question. The
reality.
second part is about staffing.
Mhm.
It kind of It's, again, it's that counterintuitive part, but we do need an answer. I mean, the public wants to know about, well, where are the hits being taken? Where are the hits being taken at the DO?
And they will be very transparent. So if you look at the district staffing matrix that's on this agenda, you will see that we're going, depending on student enrollment, how many positions we're going to need in all of the departments. So we're going to be very clear in terms of, based upon enrollment, how are we going to staff all of the district level support departments to make sure that we're also living by ratios as well as our sites.
Oh, that didn't work. But it does, it's attached to the agenda. Yeah, it's attached to the agenda here. I was trying to make it easy to get to in the presentation, but that backfired on me. Let me go to this one, I believe. Nope, that's the current. Sorry,
We're looking at the
wrong one.
ratio.
There we go. So there, again, these are draft. There are different positions created, knowing that we may have to combine positions as we reduce in staff or, look at things in a different way. These are not necessarily proposals at this time because there are some of these changes that have to be negotiated because there are job descriptions, there are changes that have to happen. There's a lot that goes into this. There's a restructuring, in here of how do we provide, say, a person that's centralized to be able to provide support to many different departments rather than having several lower positions in each department.
And we're doing some of those changes as vacancies become open. So one example that I can give is we have one opening currently for an admin secretary, I believe is to information and evaluation. So we're looking at changing that position to support now many departments instead of just serving one department. So we're starting these conversations and these moves as vacancies become available.
So those are the conversations that we have to have with our labor partners about what something like that might look like so that they understand that we're still trying to make sure that each of those departments has the support that they need, but how do we do it in a different way and the most efficient?
For the public's sake, we're vocalizing, exactly what is on the table. I think that was the way the request that came from the public was, let's vocalize what percentage would these type of cuts make, and would it make a significant, sizable difference, and then what it takes to actually make those cuts, and part of that is the negotiation process.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Which document is that you're looking at? Which one?
That is titled Draft Example District Office Central Services. And again, those are not actual proposals. They are a work in progress that we are making changes to daily as we're really looking at what is going to be effective and efficient. And it may be that we have, here's what we would recommend, but here's what we have to staff at for the next year or so, maybe under that.
Could we then, I guess for our next meeting, could we have something, I don't know how we would include this, but, an addendum of some sort, an attachment, exhibit, other considerations, something that would attach that to a single document, just for the public's sake and part of the presentation.
Absolutely.
Um,
Trying to get back to our presentation.
And then Lisa, last time I asked, and I just told Melanie about this, if we can add another column with our numbers.
That's what I was trying to
know, when you
remember
guys
what that
texted me, I
column
couldn't
was. And I
remember what
tried
it was. I just
rewatching,
told you
I'm
what it
like,
was. Yeah.
I can't find it. My notes didn't make sense to me.
Thank you.
So a note with our current.
Our current,
Yeah.
ratios, and our numbers, right? And to see if they match the recommendations that for a typical district.
Thank you. That was I was racking my brain. I'm trying to read my notes. Like what I wrote does not
That's quite all right. Thank
make
you.
sense.
Going to the big document that you're showing, the approved fiscal stabilization plan that
Mhm.
breaks down everything,
Yes. let me get
and
into
includes
that
stuff
one.
in B, C, D. I'm just curious, these numbers at the very bottom, the
Let me get
total
back to
revenue
it here.
enhancements and budget reductions.
I want to get to, I believe it's this one. Nope, no, that's the presentation, sorry. Yeah, I'm trying to.
It's called, it starts with superintendent on the PDF.
Thank you. That one, yes.
So on the second page of that, I think the numbers at the very bottom, the totals.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait, maybe I'm looking at a different one because those
So
numbers
if
are
we're
different.
looking at this here, at year
Okay.
2, that would be a combination of the year 1 savings and revenues added to the year 2, gives us that total at the bottom there. So here's the single year, and this is the combined. And then that gives us the rollover and then the combined of the all 3 years.
I think I was looking at a different one. There was 2 different ones and the numbers didn't add up, but I think this one that you're looking at is a little different and has, the numbers do add up. Okay.
It can be confusing when you're looking at it, though, if you're not following it along as the compounded savings.
So the first one that is what we did in the last year, it appears.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
There is the one that was adopted in June.
And so this is what this other one will eventually look like.
This is this is the recommended.
And this 8 million that was in F2, how did you get the 8 million exactly?
The staff ratios all across.
So it is an estimate based on what we think between the staffing here that's included in this and the staffing that's not included in there. So when you think of that last year's reductions, our layoffs were about $8 million. So if you think of that plus the savings that would come from what's included in here, that would get us to roughly that number that you talked about, that it's, that would get us more in line with reducing our staffing in line with our enrollment decline.
And so obviously that's a very round number.
Very round
What did
number.
you, what was the number that y'all used to calculate that, like, in terms of people, about?
So because this is a combination from all the way down to classified, at something that might be, a part-time $20,000 a year up to something that might be a total cost of $200,000 a year, that's really going to vary. I can't say a number that is used. This is looking at what would we realize if we implemented staffing ratios to get us to that appropriate level, kind of just lumping that all together in combination with what we would also be recognizing in that school closure number. So it's a combination just really between those two, the staffing costs between them. So we would expect, again, 85% of that 11 million plus the 8 million, that's essentially our staffing reduction that we would be recommending, that we would be bringing forward with specific numbers of FTE and positions in February. Yeah. Yes, sorry, yes, the 12 and a half.
Sorry, so about 10.5 million from school consolidation and 8 million from
Roughly, yes.
F2. Okay. Board, any other questions? Was there another part to the presentation?
Just to talk about, I think we talked about it actually as we went along, the school consolidation. It was really about that. And we did talk a little bit about the staffing ratios and where we are right now, continuing to work on that. And looking for direction.
So I first want to thank you for the time that was put into this and really thank the public for showing up and listening. We've been very adamant on this board the past couple months of communicate this, communicate it. We don't want this to surprise anyone. And a lot of families are feeling shocked and surprised, and we get it. And we're scared and frustrated as well. But we have a lot of tough decisions to make ahead. And the fact that you are listening and you are here, and it means you've heard, and it is important and it is serious, and there's a lot to take shape over here in the next couple months for all of our foreseeable futures. So continue to be engaged, continue to be involved, continue to communicate, and continue to give us information so that we can try and put the best foot forward.
And I do want to thank you. And I do want to add that we are working to improve and make sure that we have consistent, clear messaging. These are painful things that are going to happen. We don't want to cause panic and scare people, but we also want to be clear. And we want to share this message with as much empathy as we can as we're moving forward in this process. It's hard all the way around. And it's an unfortunate position we're in, and we understand the impact.
And the reality is even one school closure is going to affect the entire community for our whole district, both of our districts. So it's not as simple as keep this school open and close that school. No matter what we end up having to close, it's going to affect everybody.
One question that I had in terms of the information presented to the consolidation committee is geography. Is that being looked at? I think we have one high school in all of Southern California, Southern Santa Rosa. Yeah, I think that's, how does that impact looking at where the schools are in relation to other districts and in relation to our district? Is that a conversation that's occurring?
So one of the items that was included in this last presentation had to do with, we had like this matrix essentially, and it's one of the attachments that you can see on the committee materials. And it's which schools are within 1 mile, 2 miles, less than 5, between 5 and 10, depending on the grade levels between elementary, middle, and high, that for each school. And there are options. Whichever schools are ultimately closed, there are options for families that are within the mileage. And so we have that kind of a matrix. You can look and see which schools align within that. We also early on provided boundary maps, and we're looking at providing clearer boundary maps that provide some additional information. So our information evaluation team is working on that right now, along with our partners with Van Pelt, to try to get as much information as clear as possible. So yes, that will be provided, and I believe at the next meeting for when they start the analysis.
Go ahead.
Can anybody speak to why the committee would not want to look at dashboard or attendance results when comparing?
It was not a recommendation from staff or from the facilitators that be removed. It was a request of the committee, and that was a conversation, that there was conversation on both sides of that. It was something that was raised at the first committee meeting, that they were concerned with dashboard data because they didn't believe that some members believed that it didn't necessarily reflect growth. And I'll let Dr. Castro speak more to that.
I think there may be a belief that certain areas are more affected by CASP data than others. But if you actually look at our data from last year, there aren't any schools that do particularly better than others. And if you're looking at ELA and math scores, and if you were to just like remove those, and if you know the dashboard at all, if you were to look at the color bands, and blue, green, yellow, orange, red, for example. The bottom two being orange and red. Like the entire district, we don't have a middle school last year that has an ELA or math score above orange or red at all in any area in the district. So the belief that our ELA or math scores are somehow more would disproportionately affect one population over another really isn't true. So I know that the belief is that maybe our scores somehow disproportionately show that one population is doing worse than another, but the sad truth is that like last year's scores at least, we only have maybe a couple of, one elementary school, maybe one high school, and I think you saw them represented here tonight that have a couple of areas in which they have those bands in the green or in the blue area, but across the board, we don't really have any schools that really pop out as having super high scores.
So is that data something the board could request to be available?
It was in that report. I mean, I was looking at it right now. If you pull it up, you can pull it up right now. I was, when they were, I know this data, but I was looking at it again. And so I know that people have very strong feelings about that. And I wish I could say that Santa Rosa City Schools has schools that really like excel way above others, but we, across the board last year at least, and we're gonna have more information coming out on December 1st, we just don't have like schools that really are that tremendously better across the board than others are.
And the true purpose of that data is for us, for our growth and what are we doing well? Why are these numbers so much different? What can we replicate and do well at all our sites? It's not pitting one against the other. It's data that's giving us information of what are we doing correctly, that our students are retaining it and testing properly.
There's something also, another component there that's I think important to share with the board, and that is we have opportunities, and we've always had opportunities to create authentic assessments that we could use ourselves and calibrate with our own schools, like NWEA maps for the last 3 years. But many of our schools chose not to do it. We didn't have to use CASP or SBAC scores. But we had to fall back on that this year. The SCAC committee had to fall back on that because we didn't have anything else.
And are those site decisions, Dr. Castro, or?
No, this is a decision that is something that's left to us as a district, but we didn't want to start writing people up. So.
I think there are, sorry, some of the challenges that other districts are facing when they look for some type of academic performance assessment. And maybe it's, if we're saying, looking at our dashboard, looking at our data, it doesn't matter. And then we try to create some other assessment or pull some other assessment to look at that data and use that as a criteria. I think that some of the challenges that we face is then we start looking at the underlying factors of why a school might be outperforming another one academically, and then it ties into demographics, racial, ethnic components, which is, and I did want to get back to the Attorney General's guidance laws, because there's a big part of this, and I encourage everyone to read the recommendations that the AG put out, last winter, I don't know when it was, as more and more school districts were looking to consolidation. It's the California State Attorney General's guidance regarding laws governing school closures and best practices for implementation in California. It's a big, long title. Just look at AG recommendation on school closures. Okay, because it breaks it down and it looks at the legal and statutory requirements. It looks at best practices. It looks at, what relates to performance-based criteria, anti-discrimination mandates for all schools and districts around consolidation. It's a big one. And then the other part of it, and it's tied to the AG's recommendation because it fits into state law, is also federal law, and it was part of my long rant at our last school board meeting about Elementary and Secondary Education Act and what the true mission of public education is. Yes, it's to provide quality education, but it also has a societal stabilizing mechanism. And if you just look at the mission of ESEA, then you get to see why the AG would put out a letter that specifically spelled out kind of the reason why we might not, and I can't speak for the decisions that was made by the committee, but it could be tied to that. And I see heads shaking no, and I don't know why it wouldn't be. Because if we're talking about test scores, we're talking again about haves and have-nots. That goes kind of against the mission of public education. Yeah, no, I
So the committee, so it was brought up that they did, the committee members who were against using it. There was actually a pretty robust conversation across the aisle about why it should or should not be included amongst the committee members. Staff did not weigh in, the facilitators did not weigh in. It was because we had already presented
yeah.
here's the why it's included and that it's part of the best practices as one of the criteria. All of the criteria came directly from the best practices guidance.
I just mean, going
Yeah.
back to, Bush administration, No Child Left Behind. That was a case study in why you wouldn't use academic performance to determine which schools should be closed and which shouldn't. I mean, we went through that as a country. I mean, you can follow case study. You can look at the impacts of the state of Texas when they did base school closures on academic performance, and you saw the outcomes. And then you get into the questionable legal reasons why you can't. And that's what I mean, and to folks that are suggesting this, I'm not saying we shouldn't. I'm just saying maybe look at some of the guidelines and the best practices that our Attorney General put out there, and that, it does spell out some of this.
And that Attorney General letter is actually, I believe, attached in our ongoing resources on our Fiscal Stabilization Committee agenda at the bottom with the ongoing resources. So that is on our webpage that people
Yeah.
can get to that. And yes, that's what I was alluding to, is that was the conversation back and forth about whether it disproportionately reflected students who didn't have maybe the same resources. There was also the conversation about so there's two different pieces to it. Criteria 14 is the dashboard that's related to chronic absenteeism and growth. So not necessarily the straight score, but the growth measurement piece of it. So that was criteria 14.
Okay.
And then 15 and 16 were specifically the math and ELA scores. And as Dr. Castro said, we didn't have another mechanism to provide that information of what academics would look like, whether it's growth or whatever, because we don't have anything else that's standardized in our district. So, and it's each of those pieces is 1 or 2 points on in that number of 27 or 29 criteria. So it's, I think that I absolutely understand, that was the conversation. And so it was a really robust conversation. I highly recommend if anybody wants to understand the why it was pulled out. Sorry about that. But also on the flip side of it, that it's, when you look at the criteria as a whole, there's no one criteria would be the deciding
That would-
factor one way or the
Yeah,
other.
and again, I can't speak for the committee. I can only
neither.
speak to what was spelled out by the AG.
Yeah, and the back in LCLB, that was used to determine a school's score, which is much different. I mean, giving a school score based on something like that, yeah, that's a really heavy, like albatross you're hanging around a school's neck, right? Giving a school a score based on something like that. This is one of like 15 criteria, and I would love to have more authentic assessments to be able to look at, how we're doing in a school. Something more robust than just an SBAC score as well. Yeah, agreed.
I just have a question because I really appreciate you raising the AG's guidance on this. There is a legal determination that's made to see whether or not AB 1912 applies to a school closure decision. And, it's around kind of the fiscal stability of a district in making school closure decisions. So I would also love to understand, are we making that determination that we're under 1912 as we're making these school closure decisions. And I would argue that we are, and that's why these additional protections and an equity impact analysis needs to essentially go with any decision.
So technically, we don't meet the requirement because we don't have a trustee appointed. However, it is the best practice and it's laid out on the CDE guidelines that
Yeah.
even if we aren't, it is recommended to follow those.
Right.
And that's the main point of my asking, because I want people to hear this. I want this conversation to be heard. Right now, unfortunately, we're getting hammered with rumors and assumptions, and it's really adding a negative impact to some really hard decisions. So I want to continue to have these conversations and get all this information out there so everybody can hear it and understand why we're going through this as thoroughly as we are.
Yes, the rumors. Like when that article came out, I got so many people messaging me, why is this school closing? Why is this school closing? Yeah.
It happens, it's happening everywhere where schools are closing. And I just like, I want us as a community to not fall apart and not fight over it and just really take a step by step and a very, very intentional approach to this, and put it all out there and have people come from the public and please, speak at public comment. And if we can't have a two-way conversation here as we can here, but, hit us with that. We want a solution. We want the best solution for the community. And we also need to face the reality. Otherwise, we end up with Oakland and state takeover. And you know who does not manage schools well is the state of California. And they don't want to manage it.
Yeah. I know we got a decision to make. And a vote in terms of providing direction. I think the one thing that I just really want to say is again, I don't like this high number of 11, now 12.5 million type of school closures. The one thing that I foresee coming that I think could impact us is, I don't know, I think of it as the charter school wars. 1992, Charter School Act passed. And since then, there's been a lot of changes, fought off the school voucher movement in 93 and 2000. And our schools experienced a lot of what was called white flight. There's been a lot of change. I see our schools became kind of like a business, everybody fighting for the numbers, for the students, and education lost focus. And I see a little reversal of that in terms of the way the laws have changed. And I know that I want to advocate for us to get a lot of our students back with schools that are operating in our district, in our secondary district specifically. I would like to get those back. And I think the timing of where we're at right now and having to make these decisions is really unfortunate as these battles loom in the very near future. And that's why I'm very hesitant to this idea of closing just by this number. I'm thinking it's a minimum of 4 schools, which to me is huge. I mean, so I don't know where to go. I don't like this number. I wouldn't want us to close that many schools, but that's what I'm feeling. And it's a very unfortunate timing that we're in this situation, given where I think I see things going. But I think now's the time for
President.
folks' opinion on.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know if this is the right way to do this, but there are a few low-hanging fruits in here that I think that have been proposed that I think we can go ahead and give guidance. I do see that F1, it's one of the big ones that we should wait a little bit more and get more information. But I'm looking at A1, A2, A3, for example, that have been proposed, right, by a superintendent. It's a really low-hanging fruit that I think we should, give guidance to our staff as to how to proceed in terms of when they go back to the committee.
Can I ask a clarifying question about our action tonight? So Yeah,
you.
because I think that I want to understand what we're taking action on. And my understanding is that we're not saying, yes, cut 12.5 million. We're saying, go back to our committees, bring recommendations, and then at some point there will be a later action taken. But I think what we're doing now is trying to at least provide the broad brushstrokes of what we understand needs to be cut. And then we're going to take this at a step by step. So I want to caution us against saying that tonight, this is an action that contemplates closing 4 schools. I want us to understand that this is tonight, the action that we're taking is saying we understand and approve the amount that we need to
Exactly.
understand needs to be cut and how we will do that. And that we're essentially kind of taking those first steps forward. I agree with you. This number and what it means in terms of the number of schools to be closed is deeply concerning. And the job of, your incredible staff and your skill set, as well as the folks in our community who are tasked with making these recommendations, is to find ways to limit the number of school closures and, to ensure that we're following state law, best practices and guidance, ensuring that, this action doesn't hurt our equity efforts, doesn't increase school segregation, doesn't impact socially, disadvantaged and economically disadvantaged students, but that we recognize where we are in this moment. So I just kind of want to step back a little bit from saying that tonight we are approving the closure of 4 schools. I think tonight we are approving and recognizing the scope of the challenge before this board currently and asking for additional plans to come forward to us.
So yes, it is broad brushstrokes in terms of noticing the amount that needs to be cut. The details will come back for guidance from the board possibly at the next meeting where we can ask for, we're asking how many schools are we looking to close. I want to be really honest. In looking at all the work that the team has done, it's probably going to be the number between 4 and 5 schools. I just want to be honest, because to get to the number we need to get to, I don't see us, and Lisa can speak to more of it. It can't be less than that. We have to be truthful with ourselves in terms of what it's going to take to be able, get to what, $20 million between those 2 items, or $19 million between those 2 items. We just have to be honest with ourselves, because we don't want to be here again next year or the year after. So, Lisa?
Yeah, exactly. And that, remember that the sooner that we make a reduction, the bigger the impact is in the long run. That if we delay and we don't close as many schools as are needed to right-size our district for the future, it means that we will continue the process over multiple years of closures. And if you would like, I can share the example scenario that the Fiscal Stabilization Committee saw, that it's really disturbing to them and making the recommendation as well. And that's why they weren't comfortable saying it's however many schools or whatever this combination looks like, here's the dollar amount that we need to realize. So I will share my screen real quick. And this information is publicly available. It's on our Fiscal Stabilization Committee site. It's been there for a while. So this has specific information with costs, and the numbers are slightly different between what was on the school consolidation compared to this, because just timing of when information was pulled. But this was the existing budget reduction, which was 1 elementary school closure. If there were to be 2 additional, so 4 additional schools, 5 total, in this combination using average numbers. It could vary widely depending on which schools are actually selected and ultimately decided by the board. It could be a different combination, but that's what we would expect to realize is around an additional 11 million plus the 1.5. So that is a scenario based on average costs and cost savings.
So that still needs like another school, right?
That means 5 total. So that would be a combination to get us to what's already in the budget, plus what's recommended in the fiscal stabilization plan 1. Doesn't mean that it has to be this combination, but we want to show it to you so that you have time for it to sit in before we meet next time for direction on what that may look like. So 3 elementaries, 1 middle, and 1 high would meet the number. That doesn't mean that that's the combination that you have to approve. That is just a scenario, and it's something that could be accommodated with a lot of movement. The sooner that we make decisions, the sooner that we can begin planning.
Okay, so I'm going to reverse myself. By making this decision, we are approving essentially this scenario.
Not
Not
necessarily.
necessarily.
It's what I think it will kind of help the committee make the recommendations. They'll recommend a number of schools based off of this number. We don't necessarily have to ultimately do that,
Right.
is what I understand.
Correct.
And I would
we're-
just want to remind everybody back to when we started this presentation, that what kept us from having to close this number of schools was the pandemic. Because for many years, and I've had conversations many times now with principals saying, Daisy, no, we knew this was coming. For 3 or 4 or 5 years, we ran schools that were at 200, 250. And we know that schools at that size are not sustainable. So what kept us and has kept us, for a better metaphor, kicking the can down the road was the pandemic. But the pandemic funds are gone and there's no more one-time funding. So again, if we look at the report earlier on in this presentation, year to year, we've been going into the hole, but every single year, money has kept coming in, one-time funding, keeping us afloat. Hence why the decision was, we just kept going with the way we were going and not making these hard decisions. But it was the pandemic that kept us from closing 4 to 5 schools in 2019, 2020.
And as Lisa, I think you pointed out early on, it was also the need and the understanding of previous school boards that when we had the impact of the fires and knowing that we needed to have additional supports for students. I mean, if you look at 2015, 2016 student population was at 15,300, and the FTE population was at 1,273, 1,273. And now our student population's 12,860 and FTE is 1,253, not much difference.
Yes.
And we just rode it along and, since 2016, when I was sworn on the school board, we have been talking about right sizing. We just have never, we've just had crisis upon crisis, 3 years of fires and 2 years of pandemic.
Absolutely. And these are difficult, painful decisions.
Yeah. So I think a couple asks that I'd like to make is that if possible, somewhere making sure that the timeline of what's to come is clear. When it'll be coming back to the board, March 15th deadline for us to give out pink slips, and then understanding that once we make the decision on schools, we still have to redraw school boundaries, all of that stuff, so that then people can know what their district school is and figure out all the positions. There's so much work to be done in such little time, and people are going to want to know. But I think maybe just having that timeline out there somewhere, and I think maybe following up with the Press Democrat or different, mediums out there to really do some in-depth work on communicating with the public so people understand what's happening, how they can participate, how can they have their voices heard. But with that said, we got like 5 minutes before 10. I'm curious if anybody would like to make a motion to approve the proposal as presented.
Fiscal stabilization plan, phase 1.
Yeah.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by trustee Flores, seconded by trustee McNally. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, let's go to the vote.
Trustee Flores,
Aye.
trustee McNally. Aye. Trustee Sheffield,
Aye.
trustee De La Cruz,
Aye.
trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
trustee Manieri. Aye. President Medina.
Aye with a sigh. And so the motion carries. And I think I just want to add again a thank you to you all because I know you're burning the candle at both ends, working really, really hard. And I know it's not easy. And I know there's a lot of people that you hear from the public, from us. So thank you for all your hard work. And we have tough times ahead. Stay dry. Meeting adjourned.